prologue. Those who set things in motion. The boy let out a resigned, exasperated sigh. You sure look depressed about something? Was there a problem? He was asking a man wearing an asymmetrical mask. Laplace, a magic-born and member of the moderate jesters, a man that Yuruki Kagurazaka, the boy facing him now, counted as someone he trusted. You could say that. I got an invite, so I stopped by to pay a visit, but I'm telling you my jaw practically hit the floor. I suppose you could say it was a big hit to my confidence, or that I thought we needed to reconsider our plan. Reconsider our plans? Kazaline, the ex-demon lord now passing herself off as Yuki's secretary, Kigali, repeated the words right back at Laplace. Right, a depressed-looking Yuki replied. I'm thinking we don't want to get on that slime's bad side if we can help it. So why not retain a close relationship then? I'm set to explore those ruins before long, so I assumed we would stay on friendly terms for the time being. No, the plan's still the same as always. It's just that now it's gotten a lot harder. And why's that? You keep it cool. Don't make any waves. And nobody's gonna get hurt, right? Laplace was no fool either. Given how his friend Clayman was no longer alive, he did have a bone to pick with Rimuru, but he wasn't willing to defy their boss Yuki's orders just to start a fight. And Laplace wasn't alone. Footman and Tear had the same opinion, and as leader of the jesters, Kigali understood well enough the dangers of letting emotion drive your behavior. In this world, the one supreme rule was survival of the fittest. Through their shared experiences, Laplace and his team had learned that nothing good comes from taking reckless action before victory was assured. Not only did Clayman completely fail to obtain his revenge against the demon Lord Leon, he even died in the attempt. Thanks to that, even with the former Kazalim returned among them, the moderate jesters were right back where they started from. If they decided to open hostilities against the demon Lord Rimuru at this point, revenge against Leon would be the least of their worries. They all understood that, and so the jesters bade their time, just as Yuki ordered. But then Yuki informed them of a problem. Well, on that note, I think that's gotten a little difficult for us too, said Yuki. Meaning? It's looking like that slime is starting to suspect something with us. Wah! Hang on, did you do something to make him catch you out? Laplace asked. Oh, don't be silly, Laplace. Unlike you, the boss would never make a mistake like that. Ho, ho, ho! You're right. I don't know anybody nearly as wary as our boss here. I sincerely doubt he did anything ill-advised. The eternally careful Yuki seemed to be suggesting he was the one at fault, but Laplace's response was quickly shot down by Tear and Footman. That was the sort of respect Yuki had earned from the jesters. Calm down, guys, rebuked Kigali, their leader. It's no mistake Yuki here made. The slime was quite cautious indeed, as it turned out. Facing up to him myself, I could tell there's nobody else like him. He made me feel like my whole body was being watched, like I couldn't let my guard down for a moment. I couldn't fully suss out the force he has to work with, but he's a formidable one, no doubt. Having gone toe-to-toe against Rimuru once before, Kigali was able to instinctually feel the danger the slime presented. He wasn't even Leon's equal in terms of strength, but that ability to see and react to everything in the world was a threat, she felt. Yuki nodded at her. No, I think that's slime, the demon Lord Rimuru. I think he's a menace. One of the leaders of the council was there, one of our main sources of funding, and he met his intellectual match pretty quickly with him. He's crafty, he's careful, and he's merciless against his foes. Normally, he's kind and gentle, but get him riled up and there's no controlling him, you could say. And since I tried and failed to use that man, it's little surprise I'm under suspicion. He shrugged. Well, yeah, boss, but whatever he thinks about, he ain't got no evidence, does he? So just go with it. and play it normal, and he can't do nothing about that, right? There's no physical evidence, no. But you know I'm the one who leaked the fate of Shizu to Hinata, and that's some pretty damning circumstantial evidence, I bet. Plus, at the very end, he rounded up all his people to discuss their future direction. But I guess Rimuru chose that meeting to round up all his suspects, too. It's pretty fair to assume that our cover's been blown. Oh my. The group looked on, distressed, as they listened to Yuki's rundown. Kagari, unsurprisingly, was the first to recover. Given her demon lord roots and experience with life-or-death situations, she'd always be the quickest on her feet. Fair enough, but it was bound to happen sooner or later, wasn't it? That slime truly is a threat. So how should we revise our plan, boss? Well, we'll stay on the quiet side like before. As long as Rimuru has nothing damning against us, I doubt he'll decide to get openly hostile. He might look like he's playing it all by ear, but he's actually a pretty meticulous leader. I'm sure he's worked out everything he stands to gain and lose. All right. Him telling us about the ancient ruins was probably his way of feeling out how we'd react then. His way of saying, try anything funny and I won't go easy. I think you're right. People have a way of changing their minds on you. They even have a saying for it. Yesterday's foe is today's friend. So if we can make him think that now's not the time to fight, no matter what's changed, I'd call that a victory for us. Yuki looked around at his companions, gauging their reaction. So we're gonna stay buddy-buddy with him? We could easily make him do our bidding, but if that's your take, boss, very well. How stupid are you, footman? We're having all this trouble because we can't do that. No, I get where footman's coming from, no? It'd annoy anyone if some new guy treats you like dirt. Thing is, maybe we could win in an all-out war, but they even got Veldora on their side. I don't see much point in betting against the odds right this minute, you get me? Exactly. So it's best for us to quit overthinking this and just follow our orders from the boss and our director. Isn't that what they asked us for from the beginning? And I've got no problem with their takes either. The three jesters seemed less than enthused, but were still in agreement with their boss's general direction. Once he was assured of that, Yuki nodded at Kagari. True power in the Western nations was largely claimed by two factions, the Holy Empire of Lubelius and the Western Holy Church they backed, and the Council of the West, the parent organization of the Free Guild, not to mention the Rozzo family that ruled the Council's core. Now Tempest, governed by the demon lord Rimuru, was part of that mix. And now that he was fresh from the Tempest Founders Festival, Yuki had come to realize just how foolish it was to rile Rimuru. I was a little worried, though. If I declared that I wasn't going to fight Rimuru, would these guys be willing to meekly accept that? The thought occurred to Yuki, but it appeared to be baseless. Kathleen might have acted differently, but losing to Leon once had taught Kagari a little prudence. The jesters had been working to realize their ambitions for years. To them, patience was already a virtue. To Yuki, it didn't seem like any of his faithful companions were hasty enough to thoughtlessly go out of control. I'm glad to see that, he said with a smile. Now, I think I'll let you take over the work I had assigned to Danrada. Meaning the classified goods? Why? What? Leaving that work to us. Oh, ho, ho. Are you sure, boss? This instantly unnerved the three jesters. Yuki kept smiling at them. Mama? You can handle that, right? Oh, you're on, boss. Yeah, just worried that we'll go out of control and start a bunch of crap, aren't you? Well, no way we're gonna. Even if we think we can win in a fight, we ain't gonna so much as lift a finger, I swear to ya. Right. Even Clayman lost his cool at the last minute. After all, if we made the same mistake, I wouldn't be able to rib him for it in the afterlife. True enough. Acting from a place of anger only leads to mistakes. As the angry jester of this bunch, that's something I'd be particularly prudent to remember. The Demon Lord Leon swore revenge against him someday, but I think that someday will need to wait. The trio each reassured Yuki with their own choice of words. He gave them a light nod. "You've matured more than I thought," Yuki muttered before recalling something else. "By the way, the mention of classified goods reminded me. Rimuru brought the children I took in over to Tempest, didn't he?" "Ah yes, the ones Shizue Izawa prevented us from reaching." "Right, those." He had a built-in excuse, wanting them to see the festival and all, but thinking about it, he really does suspect me, doesn't he? Which is fine. I just can't get what he said off my mind. He paused for a moment. The children were growing stronger and stronger. That was no doubt because of what the Demon Lord Rimuru did to save them. And while he said it was a secret, he let on to Yuiki that he wanted the kids to learn more about the spirits within them. He kind of glossed over it the last time I asked, but perhaps they've gotten so strong that there's no glossing over the subject any longer. Well, who knows? I got all excited thinking he had some kind of scheme in mind for them. But there's no doubt that he's using their elemental spirits to neutralize the magicule counts in them. One could never leave their guard down around the Demon Lord Rimuru. A scheme, Yuki thought, could easily be in play. He shrugged. "True," Kigali said. "And Shizue Izawa was an elementalist capable of wielding high-level flame elemental. So, is it possible, then, to use spirits to take the failed heroes that weren't fully summoned correctly and utilize them for their intended purposes?" This seemed to ring a bell with the jesters. "Oh, is that what Leon was after? He seems to be collecting otherworlders from failed summoning. You think he could raise them into fighters? Now I remember. Ifrit used to be in Leon's service too, wasn't he? Clayman ordered his armies to attack him several times, but Ifrit killed them all off. Ho, ho, ho! And now he's using the same method to create more elementalists, like Shizu. Then perhaps he deserves to receive those classified goods after all." They excitedly talked among themselves. Footman may be right, thought Yuki. But that left a few things unexplained. The classified goods were, in fact, a group of children that had been subjected to failed summoning. Even now, in an undisclosed location, these summonings were taking place again and again, within the Western nations, while Shizue Izawa was never informed. More attempts, of course, meant more failures, and it was Damrada and his team in the Cerberus group that retrieved them, as they could never be allowed to become public knowledge. They were marked as test materials, but there was another purpose meant for them. That purpose was the Demon Lord Leon, and Leon's order was to gather older children under the age of 10. Is Leon trying to build more power for a war? That sounds convincing, but why not do that himself then? And by the way, he's leaking new theoretical summoning techniques to the Eastern Empire and Western nations. It seems like he's got other goals in mind. Better keep an eye out. Yuki couldn't reach a conclusion yet. Thus, he was forced to stick with the pact Leon signed with them and keep up their current obligations. Yuki frowned as he gave the jesters his orders. "All right. I'll leave the negotiations with Leon to you. If you can determine whether he's trying to improve his armies or has some other purpose, try to figure it out. Misha is handling negotiations with the Rossos, so take the goods from her and get moving." "Roger that." "No problem." Yeah. I'll do my best." Ho. Very well. Kigali smirked at her enthusiastic group. "Just don't get so excited that Leon figures out who you are. Listen, be as careful as you can, okay? We don't have the capacity to take on Leon as well right now." The trio nodded at Yuki's reminder. Laplace and his cohorts were no fools. His trust placed in them, Yuki began to explain the details behind his plan. With the jesters given their orders, it was now Kigali's turn. She turned to Yuki, door-faced. "So, what should I do?" She was asking about the expedition into the ruins. But ruins was a misnomer. Really, it was a city that Kigali and her acquaintances knew well. Back when she was still the demon Lord Kazalim, Kigali had constructed a defense system for a city that used the most advanced of magical techniques. That city was the so-called ancient city in question. Its name was Amrita, and unlike the surface zone protected by the system Adelman was part of, Amrita used a combination of a golem army and intricate Kazalim-woven spells for its defense. Even Viola, the masterpiece Clayman crafted with the skills he inherited from Kazalim, was only slightly above average compared to the golems guarding the ruin. That ruin of Amrita, a ruin with such an impervious defense system, housed, in essence, the true hidden value of the puppet nation of Distat. Why were a bunch of ruins like Amrita guarded by such advanced defenses? To learn the answer, one has to go far back into the past. Long ago, a city of magic once ruled by the elves during their heyday fell thanks to their own foolishness. After riling the anger of a non-demon lord, the dragon Princess Milim, it was wiped off the face of the planet in a single night. These formed the ancient ruins that are now referred to as Soma. The surviving elves swore to rebuild Soma someday, but they never did. Unable to resist the violent rage of the Chaos Dragon, the most horrid of monsters born of their own hands, they were all but forced out of their homeland. The Chaos Dragon was a catastrophe-level threat, not as powerful as one of the natural-born true dragons, but still nothing the elves could have ever handled. Thus, the surviving elves scattered across the land, each taking their own path. The unlearned peasant classes, lamenting their sudden misfortunes, relied upon the elven leader. Those with more strength and intelligence cleared out space to build their own nation. Some of them simply fled, blending into the background. Thus, thanks to only a small handful of people, the elves' glory days were over. Now the dark elves, accursed by their own sin, set off for new and distant lands, hoping to escape Milim's watchful eye. Kigali, the demon Lord Kazalim, was among them, one of the few members of elven royalty to experience Milim's rage and live to tell the tale. Not a demon lord yet at the time, Kazalim built a city in the region he eventually found himself in, modeled after his homeland. It was his way to leave everything elven technology produced intact before it was gone forever. That city was Amrita, the capital of the puppet nation of Distat. Kigali shook her head, driving the memories from her mind. Amrita's defense system is still active. Could we use it to lure Rimuru into a trap? Based on their previous promise, Kigali would be joining him as they explored the ruins in Clayman's domain. If she was asked to direct Rimuru into an ambush, that would be simple for her. Besides, the only real threats in Kigali's mind were Milim and Veldora. If she caught Rimuru alone, she thought she'd be able to do away with him. She had no doubt she could activate the defense system at least, but Yuki didn't waste a moment to reply. That sounds like a neat idea, but you realize the demon Lord Milim might be joining you, right? Well, I think we can work something out. If it's simply activating the system, I can do that without coming under suspicion. Kigali, or Kazalim, had already had a nation destroyed under her feet. Yuki worried about whether that still traumatized her, but she didn't seem to pay it much mind. She had transformed from an elf to a dark elf, then to a walking dead and demon lord. Any hang-up she had about Milim had been fully conquered in the midst of that. Did that mean Kigali thought she had a chance against her? No. It wasn't impossible so much as it was suicidal. All right. In that case, have at it. I doubt it'll defeat him, but I was just thinking we need some data on how well Rimuru can actually fight. You think he can handle that? Oh, no doubt. So please don't do anything that might reveal yourself, all right, Kigali? I know he's suspecting me, but right now you're neither a friend nor a foe to him. Be careful that you don't give him any kind of information. I know, boss. They smiled at each other. Great! In that case, we'll all go make contact with Misha, and I'll stay here and keep preparing. So what will you do, boss? Me? I'm planning to contact Damrada and expand our bases of operation in the east. That way, if something happens, I can always flee over there. But first. Oh, so you are scheming something then? You're telling us to lie low, but you're out pulling who knows what. Yuki snickered. Nothing like that, Laplace. It's just, I'm thinking I should play whatever cards I have in my deck. I haven't given up on ruling the West after all. He grinned, and then, as they sank into the darkness, the magic born quietly began to set their plans in motion. Chapter 1. A brisk labyrinth business. The Tempest Founders Festival had ended in a resounding success. Those hectic days of preparation and festivities were now a good 10 days in the past. Our VIP visitors, as well as the common folk who visited from neighboring countries, were already gone. The same was true of Fuse and the King of Bloomund. They had hurriedly made their departure, promising to discuss matters once they had returned home. Gazelle, the Dwarven King, had left in a similar rush to build the science and technology research team he was planning to send my way. Meanwhile, Elmesia, Emperor of Thalion, was nice enough to purchase one of the lodging houses in the swankiest district in town near our reception hall. She had a teleportation circle installed in one of its rooms, ensuring she could visit any time she wanted. That's the rich for you. When they buy into something, they go all the way. I still remember the superiority-laden smile Elmesia gave the clearly jealous Gazelle. Chances are he'll march right back to Dworgen and have their treasury authorize the cash to purchase one of our villas. Maybe I should be thanking Elmesia. Even better, she agreed to continue employing our local people working there under the same condition. Rigard was handling all the details, arranging for regular cleaning, meals when Elmesia was staying, and so forth. Of course, next time I pay a visit, I'll do so by transferring my consciousness into a homunculus. That might prevent me from enjoying myself to the fullest, but— Your Excellency, we cannot allow such selfishness. Once again, the mere fact that Elmesia left her nation's boundaries sent shockwaves across Thalia. Not that it was any of my business, but in Errol's eyes it must have been unbearable. Simply mobilizing the Magus, the top-level night forces protecting Elmesia, presented huge national defense concerns, apparently. Ah, I see. Would that apply to Ellen, too? Ellen, being Errol's daughter, was elven herself, although her ears were the regular, rounded human sort. No, Ellen can visit in person. Homunculi have their flaws, after all. Spending too long in one can have adverse effects on one's own body. Your Excellency, please do not reveal state secrets such as this. As Elmesia had let me know on the sly, Ellen had been using certain potions to change her appearance and travel the world unhindered. This alarmed Errol enough that he apparently assigned a small army to stay in the background and guard her unnoticed. By the way, it turned out that her companions, Cabal and Guido, were both Magus members too. Shocking, I know. So after all that whining about deploying the Magus outside the country, he assigns 2 of them to guard his own daughter? Errol's such an overprotective father. Really? But they didn't look like anything impressive to me. When I ran analyze and assess on Cabal and Guido before, they seemed unremarkable in terms of strength. But when I asked about it, Errol just frowned. This is also confidential, but fair enough. Their abilities are actually being restricted by the magical rings on their fingers. Their restraints are lifted only when Ellen is in truly mortal danger. That was kind of a surprise. So Thalian's magical tech was a level beyond what Analyze and Assess told me? That said, my analysis skills back then were a far cry from the accuracy I enjoyed now. Maybe I'd noticed the concealment this time around. For that matter, maybe I should stop resting on my laurels just because I analyzed something once. Next time I see those guys, they're definitely being scanned again. Please take good care of my daughter then. Okay. See you later. With that, Elmesia and her crew headed back for Thalion, riding a ship pulled by a dragon lord for protection. By comparison, the demon lord Luminous had it easy. With her vast magical force, she could cast spatial motion as much as she wanted, so she just poofed her way back home. Apparently, she'd contact me later about the musician exchange we talked about. Hinata, meanwhile, was still in town, watching the kids study at our church and helping out with battle training. Right now, we had no really suitable teacher for those children. Hinata had been busy keeping the peace in the Western nations with her paladins, but now we'd be helping out with that, taking over the southern portions, and that opened some time in her schedule. If you like, would you mind helping the kids a little? I'm good with magic and everything, but I'm not so hot at teaching. Sure. This town's been added to my list of warp portal destinations, so I can watch them when I'm free. She gladly accepted the offer, and believe me, I was elated. I never had any intention of giving the children back, really. Now that I had my concerns about Yuki, I figured it'd be better to keep them away from the kingdom of Englesia for a bit. That's why I brought them over to Tempest, and luckily, the festival was a good excuse for that. Their school transfer had already been arranged, which was a blessing in disguise, since it was getting hard to provide much guidance for them in Englesia's academy. Now that I had combined them with their elemental spirits, they had grown to be pretty darn strong. They were too much for any normal teacher, and it was about time they had a real instructor watching them. Yuki himself mentioned that paladins were a good match for spirits. I kind of inadvertently turned the conversation toward the spirits as we spoke, but looking back, he must have known about my plans from the start. I think I was intending to keep that a secret. Report. You were keeping it a secret? Yeah, I sure was. And my blabbing it seemed to have rankled Raphael a bit. I mean, Simone was gonna come out either way. You're focusing on that too much. No need to get too worried about it. Right. Sorry. I had already heard some disquieting things about Yuki, but I blurted it out anyway. Maybe part of me really wanted to believe him. I made him privy to things he didn't need to know about, and I regretted it now. I'd need to be more careful next time. Thus, I would be taking responsibility for the children's care, and given the situation, Hinata's assistance was a godsend. Through the festival, the kids had really taken a shine to Hinata, and I had no problem with her taking the job. But not as a teacher, huh? Maybe I should join the class then. So I was seated alongside the rest of the kids as Hinata coldly glared at me. What are you doing here? Oh, just observing. Well, you were in the way. Go. Okay. And so I was unceremoniously kicked out of school. A real shame. In the midst of all this, we'd been all wrapped up from the festival for about a week's time. Things were calmer on the streets again, and the townspeople now had more time on their hands. So I decided to perform our test launch of the dungeon now that we had finished fine-tuning it. More than a few adventurers were excited about exploring it. We had already gotten a large number of requests, and I wasn't about to disappoint them. It was the start of a busier time than ever for me. On the first day of our dungeon's soft opening, problems erupted after only a few hours. It turned out that the challengers were a lot more inept at tackling it than I thought. This was something I predicted when we first revealed the dungeon at the Founders' Festival, hence why we lowered the difficulty level. But everyone was taking so much time advancing through the chambers, making me realize that something needed to be done soon. There were no traps in the first floor. Any naturally occurring monsters who might show up were ranked F at the most, total wimps with no real fighting skills, creatures your average villager on the street could pummel. I designed it to help people get used to the labyrinth's atmosphere, so all it really contained were rooms with treasure chests and monsters guarding them. But I had already removed the traps Ramirez set up, so if you wanted to reach the next floor, you couldn't count on a handy pit trap taking you there. You needed to make a map. Even with everything involved, I figured the first floor could be conquered in a day of holding up in there at the most, no matter how slow you were. But in the past 3 days, the number of parties that made it to floor 2 was zip. Even Bassen's team gave up after getting hopelessly lost on the first floor. They had already experienced just how big the labyrinth was, but I guess they didn't bother taking any measures against it. It was really just exasperating, but if anything, Bassen was on the more decent side. Some of the parties were getting killed by the D-ranked monsters I had as room guardians. In fact, not some. A lot. The common theme was people lured by the treasure failing to notice the guardian creatures lining the rooms. I bet even the skeletal archers I had in there were surprised. They had all these adventurers sprinting toward the chests, giving them the chance to shoot them in the backs over and over again. We're talking a complete lack of fundamentals. No risk management. But at least those fools were smart enough to form groups. Because just when you think you've run into the biggest idiot, another one comes along to show that you're nowhere near rock bottom yet. Yes, some were even tackling the whole dungeon solo. That's beyond reckless and well into the realm of hopeless. You wouldn't encounter too many monsters on floor 1. As mentioned, random encounters were restricted to F ranks only. But even F-ranked monsters could be a threat if you had a big enough group of them. I guess. I mean, I wasn't entirely sure about that, but to them they were a threat. Seriously, if you're tackling this solo, even finding a place to rest was a challenge. Nobody was keeping guard for you. You'd have no chance to get some shut-eye. And even an F-ranker wasn't completely helpless. Some of them weren't shy about attacking sleeping humans, so letting your guard down spelled death. I wondered if the solo questers had some ingenious scheme to handle this, but no, I don't think they really thought it through at all. It was hopeless, and they all were whisked out of the dungeon without anything to show for it. Clearly, at this rate, they'd never be able to survive the deeper levels. Floor 2 saw more random encounters in the corridors, including E-ranked monsters. By the time you make it past floor 5, I think you'd be seeing D-rank even. If they're getting tripped up at this point, any D-ranked monster would have mangled them with one swipe. Among the more head-scratching cases were people who quit for the most pathetic of reasons. They had no food and got hungry. Save points were located on every 10th floor, and every 5th featured a safe, monster-free zone with drinkable water. We also amply warned people to bring a decent supply of food with them. But no. The other adventurers must have looked at the example Basson set for their own preparations, but clearly that was not enough. Adventurers tend to be proud people, I suppose, and they definitely weren't into listening to instructions. A fair number of them didn't even bring any rations along. Maybe they felt safe, knowing they could be resurrected, or maybe they overestimated their own strength. I don't know, but regardless, they couldn't find their way back to the exit, so no wonder they started starving. Clearly, they had it coming. And, I get it. I know people want to retrieve as much as they can from the treasure chests here. But if I was seriously intent on killing my challengers in this labyrinth, I don't think anyone would conquer it in 100 years. Still, most of this first wave of customers were broke bodyguards and mercenaries looking for a quick buck, none of them with much exploration experience. No need to panic yet, I thought as I watched things unfold for 3 days. But in the end, not a single party made it to floor 5's safe zone. I could barely stand to watch. Hmm. 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 We made money from their admission fees, at least, so it was no loss for us. But if this keeps up, it'll kill adventurers' enthusiasm, and we'll lose any shot at repeat traffic. I figured we needed to reevaluate things from the ground up. This was far beyond expectations. I just wanted to bury my head in my hands. So I called for an emergency conference. This consisted of Veldora, Ramirez, Masayuki as an observer, and me. I also invited Miji Elmil as the main businessman behind the dungeon. Once everyone was present, I spoke first. Well, it's been about 3 whole days since we opened the labyrinth, but I think it's safe to say the results have been unsatisfactory, or really just crap. If we want this to be any fun at all, if we want our user base to keep coming back to the labyrinth, I think we'll need to give them some guidance. The way things were going, I wasn't sure anyone would even reach floor 10. Everything about my plans for this place was in stasis. My conclusion: we needed to offer at least a little bit of strategic help for our users, or we'd never get anywhere. Indeed, Rimuru is right. At this point, I'd need to wait until the end of time for anyone to reach me. True. And I want people to see all my masterpieces below floor 50. I think people deserve some hints. Along those lines, Veldora and Ramirez were in agreement. Masayuki was still thinking, or really just standing there confused. I guess he wasn't too sure why I called him here. The invite came kind of suddenly, so I couldn't blame him, but he was bound to get into the swing of things soon. I'll call on him then. I turned my eyes from him to Meiji Elmile, who looked pretty excited about getting to meet Masayuki, the hero. Maybe that's why he so eagerly spoke up once he noticed my gaze. "May I offer my impressions?" Meiji Elmile asked. "Anything's welcome," I said. "Give me your worst." He nodded. You mentioned offering hints, but I'd like us to approach that with a soft touch. It's still only been 3 days, and our challenges so far have all been from the lower rank. We've asked the Free Guild to invite more seasoned adventurers for us, so I think we'll see more rated C and above from here on. You think that'll work out? I do. I have trouble figuring out Sir Yuki's motivation sometimes, but he's always true to his word. He's been sending magical communication to advertise to Free Guild offices worldwide on our behalf. Yeah, it'd benefit the guild too. Anything else? Yeah, I've been using my own connections with other merchants. We've been reaching out to more talented bodyguards as well as their friends. According to the feedback I've received, we've had quite a good reaction so far. Relaying the news and gauging the results were both key. I had asked Sokka, leader of Team Kurayami, to work with Meiji Elmile and help him on those fronts. The two of them had led the labyrinth presentation together. Meiji Elmile was always good when dealing with people, and they had quickly broken the ice. I was glad to see there was no discrimination involved there. Sokka's team was now following Meiji Elmile's instructions, and actually, so I was as well. At the moment, So was tracking the movements of Duke Mews and the people around him, but when that didn't occupy him, he was meant to help advertise my nation a little. Now rumors of the dungeon were spreading even to little country towns, places not big enough for a free guild post. So, you don't think it'll be too late if we wait for some more talented challengers to travel here from afar? Exactly. We've only just kicked this off. In my personal opinion, we shouldn't expect instant results. Better to settle down and focus on our long-term future. And once the noble ranks worldwide begin to invest in us, we can expect to see challengers ranked B and above before long. Meiji Elmile certainly sounded passionate. Masayuki gave him some appreciative nods, which made him visibly grin. He must have been bursting to show off to the hero. But he did have a point. Maybe all Veldora's and Ramirez's complaining was making me feel a needless sense of urgency. Even Bassan's band was rated B as a team. With their current equipment, the individual members would rank about a C or C plus at best, not exactly outstanding. Once we started seeing single-party members ranked B or above, I figure they'd be used to labyrinth work without too many hints. Money bought you safety in this maze, so even if we didn't walk them through every step, I'm sure they'd be able to figure things out through their own experiences. Right. Guess there's no need to panic then. The labyrinth was generating a lot of interest. There were magic crystals, as well as other materials, to harvest from fallen monsters. A lot of people would enter the labyrinth as a way to earn a little, spending money, no doubt. And the nobility was even more eager to dive in, it seemed, including some very sensible ones who'd enlisted adventurers back home to go conquer the dungeon for them. Those kinds of adventurers wouldn't let greed steer them off course. They'd fully prepare, set up goals, and execute a plan of action. They'd be the minority for sure, but we figured their numbers would grow in time. So, what should we do now? Veldora asked. We have a front desk set up in the first floor. Maybe we could offer some guided experiences? I said. Experiences? What do you mean by that? Ramirez wasn't the only confused-looking one. I explained we could set up a training area that lets you test things out a little. Teach people about traps, have them train in battle with monsters, those kinds of things. That's a lot more meaningful than just giving out tips, isn't it? I'd also like to set up a gym of sorts to help us train all the new Tempest recruits we've seen lately. It was impossible to get accidentally killed in the labyrinth, so I think it'd be pretty useful to have. Then a rather unexpected person offered their agreement. In that case, maybe you could offer some courses in conquering the labyrinth too. It was Masayuki nonchalantly chiming in. I looked at him, surprised. Oh, should I not have butted in? No, you're fine. Ah, well, good. This is a topic I could contribute to a little bit more, so I thought I'd speak up. He grinned. He was adapting faster than I thought, but then again, he always was bold like that. What kind of classes, though? Would we have a big band of adventurers sit down in our meeting hall? Setting up times to give a rundown on the labyrinth seemed worthwhile. Kind of like video game tutorials. Tutorials? What are those? It sounds like a dessert. Is it good? Veldora and Ramirez pounced on the unfamiliar word. I assumed Veldora had the vocabulary to know it, but maybe not. Languages in this world translated pretty well in my mind, but that auto-translate function only worked if both members of a conversation had a common understanding of the topic. If Veldora didn't know what it was, Ramirez certainly had no chance. So Masayuki and I had to explain the concept of a game tutorial. I was picturing something like an obstacle course. Yeah, like Rimuru said, I think it's important you experience some of the basic moves you're expected to know before you enter the labyrinth. If we offer quick rundowns on the basics and divide it into missions, I think that'll help adventurers retain knowledge better. Adventurers wouldn't gain much from lengthy lectures. A training ground available to all wouldn't see a lot of use apart from the hardcore. So went Masayuki's logic, and why he thought a mission-based structure was a good idea. Before being admitted inside, challengers would get to complete a simple set of missions, ensuring they had the barest knowledge required to challenge the labyrinth. Veldora and Ramirez listened on, looking more and more convinced. Yes, that may just work. For my part, allowing this cavalcade of fools to tumble in and die simply bores me. Let us grant them a training area, so their skills can be at least somewhat up to snuff. Yeah, I think so too. 'Cause if Meline saw this, she'd be so angry that she'd send all these challengers up into the clouds. They seemed all for it. And so did MG Elmile. And perhaps after this tutorial, we could offer them a line of Tempest brand weapons and armor to try their hand at. And if some challengers are facing more difficulty deeper down, a set of tougher missions could perhaps be of some benefit. This was some really helpful feedback. In fact, maybe we could even release a guidebook. It'd help advertise the town. It could be fun to have some qualified writer tackle that task for me. Regardless, this lack of labyrinth experience was killing our challengers' efficiency. Let's give them at least a few instruments to work with. Otherwise, we'd never find anyone capable of handling floor 50 and below when the difficulty really started to ramp up. Plus, for people who really want to get serious, we can even offer a few experiences that get down to the nitty-gritty of dungeon survival. Of course, the real dungeon began at floor 50, and at first, we planned for Hinata's Crusaders to be our main customers for those levels. For now, at least, we couldn't expect much of anything from our adventurers, so Ramirez and Veldora would need to be content having the paladins to toy with. Thus, we decided to renovate floor 1 into a general training area. I also made sure to provide a separate entrance and exit for our new soldiers, in addition to the one for dungeon challengers. Yes, that does sound like a good idea. Right. I'll make it this instant. Ramirez was ready to start work, and since we were all in agreement, I was about to wrap up the meeting. But, oh, wait a second, please. There's something else I've noticed. Masayuki spoke up again, his eyes sparkling. So right now, the only inns and taverns are in the safe zones, right? Don't you think we ought to offer them on each floor instead? And it's kind of a pain if there's no toilets or anything. If you can connect different spaces together anyway, I think it'd be nice to set up a door near the stairways to each floor or something that leads to these facilities. Some adventurers aren't even bringing a sleeping bag with them, so even if you charged a premium, I think you'd get a lot of customers, you know? What? Is this kid a genius? And toilets, huh? I no longer had any need for them, so it completely slipped my mind. All this useful feedback was flooring me. I turned to Ramirez. She confidently nodded back. Yes, Masayuki. I'll take that advice too. Ah, Sir Masayuki, your observational skills astound me. Such insight. Mama? I'll get rid of the safe zones and set up a door leading to a rest stop near each stairway. It was kind of like setting up a vending machine selling toilet paper packets at high prices next to a train station bathroom that had no paper on hand. Unfair? Yes, but extremely effective. Masayuki's insight really was sensational. Well, I said with a smile, if you have any other thoughts in mind, don't be shy about sharing them. Masayuki pondered for a few moments, no doubt recalling all the video games he'd played. Could we maybe have a portable save point you can only use once? I was lucky enough to make it to floor 10, but now that you've removed the trapdoors, I think it's taking a lot more time to reach that point. This isn't a game to the challengers, so I think the time commitment involved is making things a lot harder as well. Yes, that's fair too. I had to agree with him. The way things were, a journey to floor 10 would take several days. With his previous idea, we had stumbled upon the notion of making money off extended stays in the labyrinth. Maybe we should think more along these lines? Yes, that child is onto something. I was thinking the very same thing. Humans are such fragile little creatures, so we need to offer a bit of a helping hand. Veldora was the first to offer agreement. And who was the very person who designed this hellscape of a dungeon for fragile little humans anyway? Well, I can certainly set up disposable save points, but wouldn't it be more profitable to have adventurers stay at inns? So implementation wasn't a problem. Man, whenever the topic turned toward money, Ramirez was sharp as a tack. I was surprised she had something useful to say. No, Lady Ramirez, not necessarily. We should actually price them on the high side. If they don't have any pressing business, they can always stay at an inn, but I think a lot of people would need to regularly report back to their patrons or whatever. That, and I think some people would want to carry them around as extra insurance in case something unexpected happens in the labyrinth. It could help sell our return whistles as well. Nigel Mile was keen on this too. I think he sensed a business opportunity. And he was right. You could use them in many different ways. If you were spending several days in the labyrinth at once, you may want to know what's going on outside. Plus, the idea was to attract mercenaries hired by the nobility going forward, and they may need to file regular reports with their bosses. And also, in my case, my companions beat him pretty easily for me, but the save point on the 10th floor's protected by a powerful monster, right? I think a lot of people would want to use a save point before they challenge that guy. I nodded deeply at Masayuki. To a gamer, saving before you tackle a boss, or a floor guardian in this case, was common sense. I recalled moments when I skipped that vital step before the final boss, only to lose several hours worth of play. Sad accidents like that can be laughed away because it's only a game, but how frustrating would it be if that happened in real life? Right, I said. Thinking about it, maybe we're being a little too unkind. Valdora and Ramirez nodded their agreement at me. Boy, right. Your name was Masayuki. The advice you provide is quite helpful, yes. Yeah. I'm really amazed. You sure are another welder, aren't you? Just like Rimuru. It's going to be great working with you, Masayuki. Somewhere along the line, Masayuki had been accepted as a peer. Now, there's no need to spoil anyone past floor 50, I don't think. But in the floors that won't entertain too many veteran adventurers, I think it'd be a good idea to at least go a little easy. And now Masayuki was advising them as a full-fledged labyrinth administrator. That adaptability is probably his greatest asset of all, I think, and I had no objections to his take. All right, so let's set up a rest stop before the stairway on each floor. When you reach it, you can pay a fee or something to gain access to part of floor 95. And we'll set up an inn and tavern down there. Right. I'm not gonna open up the Elven Lounge to the general public. That's still members only. But we could easily set up something similar for adventure. And don't forget, we'll charge a premium for it. He. Oh, I understand. Believe me, I do. As a rule, prices are high in tourist sites. There's a soda and coffee vending machine at the summit of Mount Fuji, but you're gonna be paying the equivalent of $5 for a soda. There's nothing like eating a cheap box lunch at the peak, but while something like that's never gonna be gourmet cuisine, if you purchase it on the mountain itself, you can bet it's gonna go for 4-star restaurant prices. So it's a given that the facilities inside the labyrinth will be pricier than their equivalents outside. Now, the little town we had going on floor 95 would be more useful than ever. But can you really craft disposable save points like that, Ramirez? Absolutely no problem there. Easy peasy. There are these things called recording crystals, and they're fine for disposable use. The item Ramirez produced was actually quite handy. You could use it anywhere in the labyrinth, and it worked exactly like a regular save point. Add yourself to a recording crystal, and the next time you die, you'll be able to restart from where you save. If you use a return whistle to exit the dungeon, the next time you go in, you'll pick things up from your recording crystal. That held true even if the structure of the labyrinth itself changes. You wouldn't reappear in the exact same location, but you'd get transported to the nearest safe place, kind of. We can sell those at high prices too, indeed. Well, actually, I'd like to distribute those a little more widely. How about we mix them in with the rarer items in treasure chests? The discussion was humming now. Now I have more to look forward to. Oh, I wouldn't expect anything to change too quickly, but I do think we'll see fewer challengers give up. Even Veldora and Masayuki were excitedly joining in. This was working out well. We were tackling our problems, addressing them, and debating together to come up with solutions. Right. That was certainly a worthwhile meeting. Floor 1 would now house a training area to help people learn the abscess before tackling the dungeon, as well as a place for general announcement. We'd provide virtual missions for visitors to try out, helping them acquire the minimum knowledge necessary to survive. They were free to undertake this training, or not, as the case may be. Forcing the challengers into it wouldn't help much. All the risks fell on their shoulders. Besides, we would also set things up so that you couldn't die in the first floor either. You never know. We might get some crazy adventurer in here causing problems, and I don't want our staff in any danger. Besides, I wanted people to experience for themselves what death was like in this space. We'd made it so you were instantly revived on the spot, so maybe it'd be a fun place for kids as well. For the more advanced challenges, we'd also prepare a room for battle training against a few different types of monsters. We'd put bracelets on the monsters we captured for the purpose so they could be revived again and again. That way, people could learn how to fight and polish their battle skill. In addition, there was a large gymnasium-style area for the use of our nation's new soldiers. Maybe on occasion it'd be fun to capture a whole bunch of monsters and stage a large-scale group battle in there. Things would begin in earnest, starting with floor 2. But from there until floor 4, we got rid of all the insta-death traps and downgraded the rank of the monsters wandering the halls from E to F. The rooms would have just one D-ranked creature, and in the chests they guarded, we'd toss in low potions and other useful labyrinth-conquering tools. Equipment and other high-market items would begin appearing on floor 5. So we worked on adjustments like these, recalibrating the dungeon's overall difficulty. That should help people advance a bit faster starting tomorrow. Video games hold closed beta sessions all the time, after all. Maybe launching without a rehearsal wasn't such a great idea. I mean, we did do some testing, but our test party was 6 people from Shion's team Reborn, so the feedback we got wasn't particularly useful. They had no trouble storming all the way down to floor 40 before we had the Tempest Serpent serving as that level's boss wipe them out. Thanks to that, I had the mistaken notion that the labyrinth's difficulty level was just right. The traps and minion-level foes were no sweat to them as they breezed their way downward. Based on Team Reborn's progress, we figured everything was okay. With a little experience, folks would be hitting floor 50 soon, no doubt. We needed to select our testers a little more carefully. Shion personally trained the members of Team Reborn, and I guess they're far more talented than I thought. But we could tackle that later. So, does that round out the issues? Anything else to bring up? I lobbed out the question, already happy enough with this discussion. Everyone had pitched in and I figured we were done for the day, but can I say something? Mejiel asked. Oh, something else. Yes. More to do with labyrinth administration, but yes, something about advertising or revenues. I had my concerns about that as well. It was only day 3, of course, so I wasn't expecting to rake it in yet. But Ramirez's eyes were practically shining at the mention of the topic. It's almost hilarious how money-obsessed of a fairy she is. We've only just started making back our investment, Mejiel said with a laugh, as if defending himself against her. Then his expression grew more serious. No, I wanted to report to you about our advertising. In order to attract the nobility's attention, I've calculated the amount of the reward purse we should offer. What do you think about 100 gold coins? Oh, and that's gonna be paid in? We'll use 1 stellar gold coin, of course. Glad to see MGL Miles reading my mind on that. I had learned from our mistake last time. I needed to get our hoard of stellars changed out. And 100 gold coins would be about what? Around $100,000? That's not too little, is it? It was a fortune to your average peasant, but it didn't seem like enough to motivate a noble who's probably swimming in money. Sure, Adventurers can pick up magic crystals and rare items along the way, but 100 gold didn't seem quite enough for all the effort. But Majel simply grinned at me. I understand your doubts, but I've spread the word that this reward would be given to whoever can make it past floor 50. We'll award it to the first party each month to achieve the feat. Manage it solo and you earn the entire purse. Work as a party and you'll divide it up among yourselves. And that's not the only reward. As he explained, he had also attached prize money to the boss monsters on every 10th floor. On floor 10, that would be a black spider, a B-ranked creature. The first 5 teams to defeat it would receive 3 gold coins. Floor 20 housed an evil centipede, rated B+, spewing paralyzing breath across a broad range. Pretty decently strong. The first 5 teams to beat him got 5 gold. Down on floor 30 we had an ogre lord, another B+, along with 5 of his henchmen. Unlike Benimaru and his kin, these were unintelligent creatures, violent and acting strictly on instinct. Their physical strength was astonishing, though, and they were capable of team warfare to some extent, so tackling them with a fully equipped party was a must. Beating them earned you 10 gold, and again we'd award it to the first 5 winning party. After that, things begin to get serious. Floor 40, as planned, housed an A- tempest serpent, boasting extraordinarily powerful poisonous breath that could instantly annihilate an unsuspecting party. Even a ranked adventurer on Gaia's level would have serious trouble defeating it solo. Taking the serpent down was worth 20 gold coins, awarded to the first 3 parties who managed it, but I doubted we'd be giving out that prize too often. Meanwhile, on floor 50, I was planning to have Bovix and Equix take turns serving as floor guardian. They had evolved into magic-born ranked above, so only a small handful of fighters stood a chance. Make it past that floor, and you earned the big 100 gold prize. A big step up, but merited given the difficulty spike. All right. That's actually a pretty well thought-out plan. It ought to make for some good advertising, too. Do you think it'll help encourage the nobles to compete with one another? Precisely, my lord. Announcing the prize winners each month will encourage competition. And challengers can only win a prize once. They can't be awarded the same prize multiple times, so we can keep things from getting too competitive. Makes sense. If you could only get it one time, there was no motivation for people to farm bosses strictly for money. This ensured the same small group of people wouldn't hog all the prizes each month, and since each award had a strict maximum, we could count them as fixed costs in our accounting. So, do you think we can make a profit doing that? That will not be a problem now. Based on preliminary calculations from the past 3 days, I think we could even afford to increase the prizes a little. Compared to our earnings, it was pocket change, but the prizes would help encourage competition and speculation among challengers without hurting our bottom line. It was a brilliant strategy. Besides, nobody was going to zoom past floor 50 anytime soon, so I figured our payouts would be on the low side for a while to come. In fact, if anything, perhaps we could have Sister Masayuki beat floor 50 and play that up in our advertising. With your nettle, I'm sure it's only a matter of time, Sir Masayuki. Aha. That Mjiao Mile always looking for another angle. He seemed to have the plan pretty well worked out. Let's have him keep with it. Oh, I like that. It'll boost Masayuki's reputation further, even as it advertises our dungeon for us. Let's deploy that once things slow down a little, maybe. That's just what I was thinking as well. How nice to see we are of the same mind, Sir Rimuru, huh? You're always sharper than me at this, huh? We exchanged self-satisfied smile. If I could interject. Masayuki looked like he had something to say. I pretended not to hear, but Majel Mile wasn't done there. In fact, he was just getting to his main topic. Now, Sir Rimuru, along those lines, I'm thinking about a potentially even larger project. He flashed an evil grin, champing at the bit to reveal his news. I was starting to like that smile a lot. It was proving reliable. I'm all ears, Molly. Go ahead. Go ahead. I gave him a friendly smile of my own. As I see matters, if we really want to impress the nobility in the local area, I think we should announce that anyone who survives the bottommost floor will earn 100 stellar gold coins. Oh, ho. What? What? How much is that in yen? Maybe about 1 billion? And with the cost of living as low as it is here, it might be worth even more. Pretty bold, huh, Molly? Such a generous reward should motivate any reluctant challengers to spring into action. They're all bound to hire adventurers to conquer the labyrinth, and that means even more money would be changing hands. The more people gather someplace, the more prosperous it gets. If we can drive people's interest, potential customers who weren't interested before may hop on just so they're not left behind. But that's a lot of money, Ramirez shouted, looking concerned. But the confident Miguel wasn't perturbed. And who was the master of this labyrinth again? He gave Veldora a glance as he lodged the almost taunting question. Hey, Qua! It is I, Veldora, the Storm Dragon, the very precipice of the draconic races. Veldora made no attempt to hide his opinion of himself. Veldora, the Storm Dragon? That name sounds familiar. Masayuki looked a bit pensive about something as Naji Elmile villainously nodded. Yes, I'm fully aware of that, Sir Veldora. And I'm also fully aware that not a single soul is capable of felling you in battle. Of course not. Nay, Joe Mile, you are truly an intelligent man. Hey, no. I'm simply leveraging what I've learned observing Sir Rimuru. What? Me? As Veldora and Mijael Mile shared an echoing laugh, I thought over his proposal. We were offering 100 stellars, a ridiculous amount, but that required conquering the final floor. In other words, beating Veldora. No, not gonna happen. It seemed almost like a swindle to me, but it wasn't a lie either. Besides, we still weren't sure right now whether anyone would even make it to floor 100. Yeah, I do think our labyrinth is well nigh unconquerable. Right. That's bleedingly obvious. Precisely. Floor 50 is one thing, but the difficulty beyond that is simply unimaginable to me. We have literal dragons. Where will you find an adventurer who can slay a dragon? Mijael Mile looked a little flawed. The concept even exasperated someone as bold and driven by greed as he. Our labyrinth was well defended, to say the least. I doubt we'd ever have to pay out those 100 stellars. No, that's the whole idea. This is just bait for the nobility, so I humbly believe we can be a bit lavish with the figures we throw around. I understand the paladins will be trying their luck, but I do look forward to seeing the results. He left it unsaid, but I'm sure he didn't think they could reach the bottom. I agreed with him. The money figure shocked me at first, but thinking about it with a cool head, we didn't have to worry about anyone actually claiming it. Molly, let's go with it. Make it happen. Very well, my lord. And try to get as many people coming here to take the challenge as you can. Let's tout it up as much as possible, then. We could call it the Demon Lord's Challenge. Would that work as advertising? Actually, wait a second. If I was going to keep calling myself Demon Lord, there was a good chance that reckless, suicidal people would keep on trying to fight me. It was a pain to deal with each and every one of them. So why don't I let them take a crack at me if they conquer floor 100 or something? Yeah, let's go with that. In fact, tell everyone that if they beat the challenge, I'll give them an opportunity to fight me. That applies to you too, Masayuki, so if people tell you to take me on, try to change the subject or something, okay? All right. Because honestly, I have no intention of fighting you at all. Thanks. Oh, I know. Well, Molly, you have my official permission. Have at it! At once, my lord. I'll just excuse myself then. Miguel Mile is so dedicated to his work. Once the conversation died down, he stood up, offered each of us a quick bow, and left the room. We could have ended the meeting there as we all watched him go, but Masayuki looked concerned about something. Curious, I decided to inquire. What's up? Something on your mind? Well, about fighting, I guess. People think I'm taking a wait-and-see approach, but I really am going to have to do that fight sometime soon, aren't I? Fight? Ah, the promise he made during the tournament? You mean against Bovix? Yeah, after what I said in front of that huge crowd, I can't really escape it. But if I fight him, I'm absolutely gonna lose. I'm sure he would. Masayuki's unique skill was about as unique as they came, that it wouldn't be much help in actual combat. Although, maybe it would be, come to think of it. You let him win without fighting, after all. But we would need to consider that Bovix battle. The crowd truly believed Masayuki could win, and so did Meiji Elmile for that matter. Masayuki wasn't shy about playing himself up in the arena either. It was too late to say, never mind. Maybe you could train with our kids while Hinata is here. That sort of thing would kill me. All I want is to live in peace, you know? He smiled briskly as he stated that rather sad fact. I thought at one point that he needed someone to teach him a lesson, but as a kid who came from Japan at the most peaceful point in its history, of course he wasn't going to be this belligerent wild man. I'm not unlike him if you think about it. Well, I can't have you lose either way, so let me think about that a little. Will you? Thanks, Rimuru. Sure. Just give me a hand when I need it, okay? Of course. Masayuki was being cooperative, and his reputation was helping me out a lot right now. If Bovix beat him, I stood to lose a great deal. He was a thorny problem, but we'd have to do something about it. I could try to reason with Bovix, but that didn't seem fair to me. I'll work on it. We chatted for a little while longer before I wrapped up this emergency meeting. The adjustments to the labyrinth were completed before the end of the day, so we excitedly continued our watch over the dungeon. Personally, thanks to the things Masayuki pointed out, I felt like the labyrinth had gotten a lot easier. But considering Mijio Meal's warnings, I didn't think it had gotten too easy or anything. How would people react? First off, of course, there were always idiots who didn't bother listening to the instructions. They just breezed right along, ignoring the missions completely. They didn't get far into the ensuing floors, of course, but they just kept on trying nonetheless. What drove them to do that? Their employers? Their pride? No, the answer was nothing so noble. They had a more calculating reason than that. When we debuted the labyrinth, the rare level sword that Bassan's party grabbed from a treasure chest was apparently a truly excellent piece in their mind. I guess they saw it in a much different way from me. Rare, in this world, referred to superior magisteel forged gear that had evolved to exhibit unique capability. The magisteel our nation produced was made by taking the magic ore from our high orcs in the mountains and exposing Valdora's magicules to it. Simply storing it inside the labyrinth made the process happen by itself. This gave us an easy supply of high-quality steel, and we could liberally use it in our own weapons and armor. Unlike the gear circulating around the Western nations, we could craft items made out of nothing but pure majesty. The difference came down to the materials themselves, so even the swords distributed to our regular forces could be classified as special in make, several times better than the equipment most labyrinth challengers ran around it. Kurobe's workshop apprentices handled equipment production for our army, a good dozen of them or so by this point, hammering away daily under Kurobe's careful instruction, and even their gear was equivalent to special, a level above the normal stuff sold across the Western nations. Now their goods were being placed into our treasure chests. The production failures were disposed of, and things deemed worthy of actual use were brought into the labyrinth. We had a wide range of quality in this gear, and some of it really was excellent. Basson had gotten his hands on something that only barely qualified as rare. He usually had 100-to-1 chance at one of those, and as odds went, maybe it was an enticing offer for a lot of people. By the way, even items from Kurobe's workshop dismissed as failures could be appraised at the rare level. They may look like quality pieces on the surface, but if Kurobe called it a failure, it was a failure. There's a clear difference, he'd tell me. So I looked into this a bit more, and it led to a discovery. Even with gear in the same class, there can be individual differences in capabilities, something Kurobe had picked up on and used to craft his definitions of success and failure. I decided to compare two rare-level swords, one from Kurobe and one from an apprentice. The difference was obvious, something I noticed only because my analyze and assess skills had improved. If Kurobe hadn't pointed it out, I'm not sure I would have picked up on it. Different how? Let me give an example. Let's say I made a copy of one of Kurobe's works. The results, of course, would be in the same class, but like I said before, I can't completely copy all its capability. They may look the same, but what I produce is still an inferior copy. That's the difference. Maybe this happens because I don't have the blacksmithing skills of Kurobe. But what I can say here is that even weapons come in different levels. Maybe a weapon seller would never notice, to say nothing of an amateur, but I feel like I can tell the difference between these levels now. To someone who stakes their life on these weapons, differences in capability are important. In this world, you never knew when monsters might attack you. High-quality weapons and armor were a kind of lifeline. Kurobe's presentation during the Founders' Festival must have generated a lot of buzz, enough to create a deluge of requests for the goods we'd exhibited. We were still considering how to handle that, but the plan was to make a decision after investigating the market more. The rare equipment dropped by the boss on floor 10 was the best that Kurobe's apprentices could produce right now. They were inferior to Kurobe's own work, but still on the upper end of what's generally available worldwide. Adventurers naturally want quality, of course, and I could see why Basson was so delighted. Even normal weapons, after all, could fetch over 10 times the usual price if they were good quality. Once you got into the special realm, that was more like 50 times. Rare? Obtaining one was a matter of luck more than anything. There weren't many around to find, and realistically speaking, money can't buy them. So it made sense that people were clamoring to enter the labyrinth, and Basson and his gang were even advertising for me at the taverns. Look at this, all of you! A sword just as wonderfully powerful as I am, and so on. The fact that the floor 10 boss dropped rare gear spread like wildfire among the challengers, then the merchants, and then around the free guilds of every nation. In an instant, people hoping to strike it rich were beating a path to our labyrinth, and that's what led to where we are now. I do have to thank Basson's band for all the free advertising, but you can't just run in and grab rare equipment like it's a trip to the convenience store. Thus, the people who refused to take our guidance began to lag behind those who completed our missions before tackling the labyrinth. If you had a little intelligence, you'd know it pays to listen to our instructions after all. And as more people seriously took up the missions, training on the first floor began in earnest. Now we had challengers taking what they'd learned and fully preparing with it, helping our own budget with the equipment they purchased near the front desk. Then, a few days after we rebalanced the dungeon, we began to see parties reach the 5th floor. Floor 2 was vast but simple, and the traps up to floor were more like jump scares than anything really malicious. So long as you kept an accurate map, making it to floor 5 was actually pretty easy. This seemed acceptable to me. Floor 5 downward was more of a test of ability. The traps got more hazardous, and monsters ranked D and above made their debut, but the treasure chests also held more valuable items. I wanted our customers to really pound those floors, doing their best to conquer them, but alas, it really was a challenge for most. To put it simply, fatigue began to be an issue. Keeping a constant watch for monsters is an easy way to mentally exhaust yourself, I suppose. Many people retreated back to the last stairway to take advantage of our rest space. The inn on floor 95 was doing fabulous business, so that much worked out as planned. Around when our challenges began to strike a presence between floors 5 and 8, we started to see adventurers arrive from the world's free guilds following the rumor. Some of them were seasoned adventurers bearing contracts from noble sponsors, and before long, the whole town was getting busier. With this second wave livening up the old guard, the race to conquer the floors grew frenetic, and with these serious contenders, we also began to see people try to cheat their way to glory. Yes, people decided to sell maps of the labyrinth in broad daylight. A lot of people, myself included, had no sense of direction, and in a labyrinth all the strength in the world couldn't help if you kept getting lost. So I could understand the demand, but I really wished people would have formed parties and assigned map-making duties to members instead. So following an announcement posted in and out of the labyrinth, we began to change its inner structure. The challengers were livid, of course, and we got lots of complaints. But I'm a demon lord. I'm not beholden to them. I needed to show them early on that maps were meaningless unless you made your own. If anything, I was being kind to them. If they didn't make their own, they'd find it impossible to adapt if a change to the labyrinth rendered their maps useless. Call it tough love. As a rule, we changed the labyrinth layouts once every 2 or 3 days. Completing a single floor took at least a few hours. There's no way you'd reach the save point on floor 10 in one go. Thanks to that, the layout changes were a pretty big success. The challengers gave up on selling and buying maps, instead taking a more serious approach to the labyrinth. It seemed like some people plunged in right after a layout change to whip up a map to sell anyway, but I decided to let that slide. We were pretty happy about the anti-cheating measures, but we sure couldn't let our guard down. The free guild adventurers may have gotten a late start at the labyrinth, but some of them wielded automap, the elemental magic spell that gave them a skillful advantage in exploration. Free guild members really were in a class of their own. They were used to fighting monsters, so they were battle-honed and ready for combat. They also knew how to divide tasks among their party members, which I appreciated. Bassen's party was all about fighting, but now we saw groups with each member picked to carry out a particular role. Fighters to handle the monsters, explorers to handle traps and mazes, and gatherers with a wealth of knowledge to tap. Balance was the watchword with these parties, and it really struck me how adaptable they all were. So the adventurers quickly completed the training missions and dived into the dungeon. Those with ruin exploration experience were masters at trap removal. They didn't sprint for every treasure chest they saw. Compared to the bodyguards and mercenaries we saw first, they were quite careful, demonstrating an even more professional performance than I imagined. Seeing them execute such a clear understanding of the rules, I started to think we shouldn't have reined in the dungeon after all. So just a few days after the second wave arrived, someone managed to beat floor 10. Now, the challengers were really on a roll, learning from their predecessors' mistakes, painstakingly devising countermeasures and starting to make real constant headway. And once someone figured out how to handle this trick or that monster, word spread fast about it. People started to imitate the winning formula. I bet people were selling their advice too. No stopping them, I suppose. If maps were a non-starter, I suppose information comes next. I really had to hand it to them. And really, the more enthusiastic everyone was, the better. And the town was starting to see the challenger's progress as a kind of spectator sport to enjoy over drink. The shops, the inns, the taverns, rumors spread everywhere, packed with tales that delighted and thrilled. Among them came word about one party appearing out of nowhere to blaze down the labyrinth at a previously unheard-of speed, a stout and well-balanced group of 10. The first thing they did was add themselves to the save point on floor 10. One of them joined a party who had already made it that far down. He then put his info in the save point, used a return whistle to go back to the entrance, and then headed down with his own party. I was anticipating this and had no issue with it, but the speed they proceeded at astounded me. In just 3 days or so, they had defeated the boss monster on floor 20. They had talent, no doubt. Each one ranked around a B individually, but maybe B+ as a group. All 10 of them showed great teamwork too, so in terms of real strength, I bet they could earn an A-. But if they're going this fast, there had to be some kind of trick behind it. I mean, they kept on selecting the shortest routes through each floor every time. Understood. Elemental interference detected. An elementalist is utilizing elemental communication. Oh, that. An elementalist is a magician capable of harnessing the power of elemental spirits. One of the tricks up their sleeve is elemental communication, allowing them to listen to the words of those elemental spirits. If they can talk to wind and earth elementals on a deep enough level, it seems, those spirits will guide them down the correct path to the stairs. And since an elementalist could tap that, a twisty maze of passages was no sweat to them. Those dirty, dirty elementalists! But sadly, this was fully within the rules. After all, there's no guarantee the spirit you tap into will always give you the correct path. Besides, there were precious few elementalists in the world, so I didn't even consider that kind of workaround. As far as I was concerned, this was a perfectly valid approach, one I shouldn't bother trying to counteract. If anything, I should praise them for coming up with it. The party's rapid advance continued anon. Part of our procedure was that whenever a party conquered a new floor, it was announced across town. Thanks to that, the party members quickly became household names. The crack team of explorers were collectively called Green Fury, their mystery elementalist serving as leader, and before long they were rapidly approaching Masayuki's team Lightspeed in popularity. Just as we hoped, the labyrinth was now hosting serious talent. No doubt we'd see more young challengers visit town with dreams of fortune and glory. The labyrinth, currently enjoying a steadily growing audience of challengers, had become a well-oiled machine. We took this opportunity to gather again. It had been 10 days since we reorganized the labyrinth, so I wanted us to confer and talk about any problems that had come up. Unlike before, everything was going great, so the mood was light-hearted, natural smiles all around. Ah, yes, Masayuki, was it? I always thought you had potential, but now I see you are a mighty man indeed. Veldora seemed very chipper today, and the moment we were all together, he was heaping Masayuki with praise. Oh, you think so? Thanks. Masayuki didn't seem sure how to respond. He looked at me as if to ask, "Who is this guy?" I did introduce them to each other last time, but Masayuki was kind of nervous back then. I could see it if he didn't remember him. I think I introduced you before, but no, people just started talking and stuff, so. Oh, did we? Understood. As the subject, Masayuki Honjo stated, no introductions were made. Oh, guess my memory was pretty hazy too. Can't blame Masayuki then, I thought. Let me do that now. This is Veldora, a good friend of mine. He's serving as the master of the labyrinth's 100th floor. Indeed, 'tis I, Veldora, and I gladly accept you as one of us, Masayuki. Welcome. To Veldora, Masayuki was part of the club already. He flashed him a friendly smile. Then Masayuki's face visibly whitened. And by Veldora, do you mean the catastrophe that killed the entire army of farmers? Oh, right. That was the rumor we spread around. I don't mind telling Masayuki the truth, but it's kind of a long story and there's no pressing reason to. Let's just go with this. Yeah, he's kind of a big shot, so try not to rile him, okay? Qua, ha ha. Oh, but I am a generous soul indeed, so it takes a great deal to anger me. And if you provide me with sweet treats to eat, I would not hesitate to offer you my protection. There he goes again. I rolled up my notepapers and swatted him with them. Punishment complete. Discipline, you know. It's important. It must have surprised our local dragon because he shouted, and so on for a bit, but I still had Ramirez to introduce. And this is Ramirez, a fairy and someone you could call the ruler of the labyrinth. Masayuki had been muttering things like so I wasn't imagining it in the midst of this, but my voice helped him regain his composure. His eyes turned to Ramirez, flapping in the air. Oh, you're a fairy, Ramirez, and you built that entire amazing labyrinth? That's really great. The compliments were more than enough to get Ramirez going as well. Whoa! Hey, I like you. In fact, I'll gladly name you my underling. And Rimuru, did you hear that? He said that I'm really great. She was kicking the air in my direction, visibly excited as she bragged. God, lay off! If I played along, she'd only get worse. Ignoring the drop kicks she applied to me, I tried to move things forward. Yeah, congrats, I replied. If Masayuki wants to be your underling, have at it, I guess. A hero serving as a henchman for a demon lord? Whatever. But this must be hopelessly confusing Masayuki, right? Who is Ramirez exactly? She may not look it, I said, matching Masayuki's quiet whisper, but she's a demon lord, just like me. Wow! He exclaimed, frozen as the beaming Ramirez approached him. Our voices were hushed, but not enough for her sharp ears, I guess. Yeah. That's me, Ramirez of the Octagram. Good to become officially acquainted, Masayuki. Uh-huh. Ramirez, you're a demon lord, and Veldora's a dragon wow. Really? Masayuki. The thought of dealing with a demon lord and storm dragon all this time dazed him. I guess I should have explained things fully before making the introduction. That's on me, but Masayuki had to take some of the blame here. He's the one who acted all cool and collected at our last meeting. That's why I assumed he knew them already. It was his nerves of steel that allowed him to keep his composure. I didn't realize he was clueless this whole time. They say ignorance is a sin, but sometimes it's your greatest asset. Masayuki had been accepted by a dragon and demon lord, and he never even realized it. Once again, I couldn't help but marvel at his luck. It was Margiel Mile who finally threw Masayuki a life preserver. Lady Ramirez, please, none of that. Why, Sir Masayuki would hardly even know how to respond, would he? Since he was such a fan of Masayuki, I suppose Margiel Mile assumed that conversation was a joke. Ramirez making unreasonable demands, and the kind hero unsure how to react. I figured Masayuki's response would have disillusioned him, but I guess that's the hero's skill at work. Or maybe not. Somehow, it seemed like Margiel Mile really believed in Masayuki from the heart. Seeing it, or maybe even feeling it, Masayuki smiled. This is MGL Mile, my trusted advisor and the head of Tempest's financial department. Kind of our Minister of Finance, I suppose. Pleasure to meet you again, Sir Masayuki. That's kind of you, Major Mile. Oh no, I'm just an upstart from the underground. Well, as you said, I'm afraid I can't join with you right now, Rimuru. I've already promised Mikami, Rimuru, that I'd give him my support. Masayuki lightly bowed at Ramirez. I'll bet, Mile said. Sir Rimuru does have a way of taking advantage of people. What had I ever done? And Ramirez was ready to join him. Well, if that's how it is, so be it. You're so cunning, you know that, Rimuru. Hey, I nonchalantly replied. First come, first served. Then Veldora started bragging for some reason. You won't find many people as dependable as Rimuru. Ramirez, I think you'll have to give up on ever getting ahead of him. But let's hear from Masayuki now. We need to proceed. I had my qualms about what everyone here thought about me, but yes, we were still making introduction. It seemed kind of moot, though. Everyone already knew his name. All right, Masayuki, you go ahead. Okay, he said with a nod. I think some of you are aware by now, but my name is Masayuki. I come from the same world as Rimuru, and now we're working together. People call me a hero, but please don't let that cloud your judgment. He gave his introduction, facing all the others, back straight. I felt like he wanted to tell them he called himself a hero just as a joke, but with Maji Elmar looking straight at him, I suppose he opted against that. Highly adaptable as always, he was already back to his usual composed self. Defiant, you could say. They may have met last time, but he was capable of being all smiles with Veldora and Ramirez, which took guts. He really was someone special. Maybe it wasn't his unique skill, chosen one, having its effect on the people around him. Maybe a lot of it was just his own personality. I didn't think there was any way he could wield this much influence with a unique skill alone. That, I thought, as we wrapped up the introductions, we could try verifying later on. We were all seated. Our last meeting was something of an emergency confab, but this time things were less urgent. We were all at ease. I have to say, Masayuki, you sure are something. We owe all our success to you. Ramirez started excitedly shouting the moment she was seated. Let's not forget, Veldora added, Major Elmile has done much for us, too. As you said, perhaps we were right not to simplify the dungeon too much. I agreed with them both. Putting our minds together like this was what provided success, no doubt about it. Oh, I'm just glad I could help. Yes, and I hardly did anything myself. None of this would be possible without all of your powers. After that round of pleasantries, we discussed the state of the labyrinth. Sales were going great, really great. It made Lyle laugh, although all the work made him cry. Plus, the people visiting town were staying in our inns, enabling the innkeepers and the nearby taverns to run a booming business. Here is my report, Miguel Mile said as he took out some papers. Veldora and Ramirez seemed interested as well, so I made some copies and passed them around. I figured I'd quickly skim over it to see if there were any problems at hand, leaving the detailed number crunching to Raphael. Right. Let's see what we have here. It's times like these that I'm glad I can go into human form. I could read through papers as a slime, of course, but for office work, being human was far more convenient. According to the data on the report, things had gone smoothly with our labyrinth since our adjustments. Looks like our advertising worked well. Oh, yes, we're astonishingly busy every day, he said, eagerly nodding. Veldora and Ramirez looked at the report, whether they could understand it or not. For the most part, it was a ledger of our most recent statistics, but there were a few special topics covered as well. One of these was the adventurer cards, the guild membership IDs that could be used as admission into the labyrinth now that Major Elmile had received Yuiki's approval to do so. These cards were magic in nature, keeping track of the bearer's vital signs and retaining that data in a record, which was quite convenient. They allowed for seamless labyrinth entry, just like how you'd use it at your free guild post, so it was easy for adventurers to get to grips with. Hardly any bodyguards or mercenaries weren't guild members either, so the implementation went pretty smoothly. For the moment, the labyrinth's admission fee was 3 silver coins a go. The cards were manufactured by the Free Guild, saving us from production hassles. Our own nation provided basic cards as well, at the cost of 10 silver, and while most challengers were guild members, we occasionally sold these cards to people too. Between all of that, we were raking in a lot of money just from admission alone. The report also contained details on the 3 Ramirez-produced items in the labyrinth. Your first resurrection bracelet cost nothing, a freebie so you could see how useful they were. After that, you had to pay for them, but at just 2 silver coins, they were quite reasonable, especially considering they not only resurrected you, but also healed any of the wounds you incurred that led to your death. After debating it for a while, we decided to keep the price low as a service to our audience. By the way, we had a warning announcement play if you re-entered the labyrinth without wearing your resurrection bracelet. If you got yourself killed in there, that's none of my business, but it'd still leave a bad aftertaste in my mouth if that happened. To make them easier to buy, the bracelets were sold right next to the front desk where we had the dead resurrected. Between that and being a pretty indispensable item, they were selling like hotcakes, definitely the most popular out of the dungeon's 3 items. Return whistles, meanwhile, allowed a single person to instantly zoom back to the surface, a godsend if you got lost. This was insurance for a lot of parties, so it was priced on the high side, 30 silver per whistle. People tried to cheap out on these and just rely on resurrection bracelets instead, but I wouldn't exactly call that smart. Yes, you would be whisked back to the entrance that way, but you could lose your equipment and stuff as well. You'd keep whatever armor you had on, but anything that slipped out of your hands at the time of death was gone for good. Nobody's literally carrying booty while in a fight, of course. You'd probably drop it in the corridor for the time being. Losing that stuff could make for a pretty hefty penalty. Few people would take that risk just to get back to the entrance, so there was a pretty decent demand for whistle. Finally, recording crystals weren't selling as well as we hoped, but we did see some clients purchase them in large quantity. At 1 gold coin a pop, close to $1,000, they were luxury goods, no doubt. And why not? They let you basically turn back time whenever and wherever you wanted. And since a lot of people would be focusing strictly on the bosses, letting them go for cheap seemed kind of dangerous for us, so we priced them sky high instead. Still, I thought there was a demand for them. In the deeper levels, the difficulty really ramped up from floor to floor. The save points on every 10th floor could very well seem like a trip across the continent. Thus I figured it'd be a while before we profited from them. But even in these shallower levels, some people were still using them. We were also experimenting with renting weapons and armor out to people, but that hadn't turned a profit yet. These were Kurobi-crafted goods, pretty decent quality, and since many people rented them after dying and losing their main weapon, the feedback from them was excellent. With the right word of mouth, I think we could see demand rise soon. So by and large, things were going well, but just because we were succeeding now didn't mean we could let our guard down. Right now, we needed to be more prudent than ever before. The party at the forefront of the dungeon was continuing to do well, going deeper and deeper and deeper without anyone dropping out. They were drumming up enthusiasm among the other challengers too, people who kept coming back after messing up. That improved our sales, a cycle we needed to keep going. If we can convince people that it's worth coming back again and again, then even our initial goal of at least 1,000 admissions per day seemed surprisingly attainable. So looking at Molly's report, I'd say we're a pretty resounding success right now. But we can't rest on our laurels. If you've noticed anything, don't be afraid to speak up. I wanted everyone to be at attention as I got the ball rolling. Ramirez was the first to react. Me. All right. Ramirez. You know the elementalist using elemental communication? Boy, I sure never thought about relying on the spirits for info like that. But I can interfere with that if you want. What do you think? Interfere, huh? I did want to put some obstacles in their way, but it seemed kind of like a coward move to me. The approach this party took was completely orthodox, so getting all evil with them felt like we'd be going against the spirit of the rules. This isn't a war or a competition or the like, but it's not like the spirits are being forced into it, are they? No. If they're providing that much support, clearly the elementalist must have a great relationship with them. Better not interfere, then. I'm not into that kind of thing. Roger! I figured you'd say that, Ramu. Ramirez was quick to back down. I suppose she wasn't much for it, but thought it best to bring it up anyway. No, it is not good to lie. Ramirez, why not create an elemental free zone? That elemental communication. It works by listening to the smaller spirits that take root in the area. No. And it can't work if the spirits aren't there, yes? Oops. That's some surprising stuff coming from Veldora. He's normally so useless to me, but sometimes even he says something intelligent. Rimuru, why do you look so surprised? And he's sharp, too. Oh, no, I'm just impressed as always with you, Veldora, I said, a little shake. That's a really good opinion. Yes, is it not? My vast expertise has saved the day once more. Good thing he's so gullible. Well, Ramirez, sure I can do that. I'll just ask the spirits to relocate for me. Without any conscious spirits in the vicinity, elemental communication can't do anything at all. I guess that could work. Maybe thanks to Veldora's proposal, we could do something about elementalists after all. Great. Let's do that. See, this is exactly why I think brainstorming like this is a great idea. Yes, quite so. You see, my vast wisdom is... Okay, next. Anyone have any other observations? I couldn't let Veldora get further carried away. Time to move on. It wound up being Masayuki who spoke next. Do you think defeated monsters could drop items for the explorers? Monsters leaving items behind, common in video games, but kind of enigmatic from a real-life perspective. And our monsters already left crafting material and magic crystals. Wasn't that enough? Why do we need to do that? Veldora asks. Masayuki's answer was simple. Well, healing potions are, surprisingly expensive. High-ranked adventurers use them all the time because they can afford to shell out for them, but most people would rather run away from a battle than risk getting hurt. That, and if you die in the labyrinth, you're resurrected without any of your injuries. So a lot of people just nope out of there instead of using any of their potion. So I'm just thinking, why not have monsters drop low potions or something when killed so that everybody has access to them? It was a valid point. Our nation's potions served as advertising, and their usefulness to us was starting to expand, but they didn't come very cheap, no. In fact, sales were starting to stagnate a bit because of the price. Within Tempest, low potions cost 4 silver coins. High potions were 35, and full potions, while not offered for direct sale, would probably need to be priced at over 500 silver or 5 gold coins if we did offer them. Meanwhile, the cheapest inn in our city cost 3 silver a night without meals and 5 with a bath and dinner. A nicer room, used by passing merchants and the like, averaged around 10 silver plus meals. On the other hand, a D-ranked adventurer earned, on average, about 15 silver coins after a day of work in the labyrinth. Maybe 20 if they worked in a party for more efficiency. That was good for now. Enough to live day by day on, but not enough to prepare for any kind of emergence. The treatment they'd need if they were sick or badly hurt, or any kind of social safety net really, would be out of the question. Plus, they needed to maintain their weapons, buying new ones if they broke and saving up for better quality goods. In short, low-ranked monster hunters lived a hard-scrabble life. If they wanted a better one, their only choice was to polish their skills. And in a life like that, 4 silver coins was a painful investment to make. They need to put money aside for admission, of course. And I sure get it if a potion just isn't in the budget for them, and yeah, I know they're gunning for a treasure chest with a major find inside, but it's not like whatever they discover will make them filthy rich. That's common in games, yeah? I understand what you mean, Masayuki, but the monsters are naturally generated within the labyrinth, so I think it'll be hard to have them carry item. It'd be a mistake to excessively spoil our visitors, giving them something they didn't ask for in the first place. I'd like to do something to help, but I think they need to be able to support themselves first. That's what the Free Guild is there to assist with. From our nation's perspective, we can't really provide welfare to people who don't even live here. It's not exactly pretty, but you need to be strong to survive. I think we can do that, Ramirez casually commented just as I was mentally throwing in the towel. Really? Sure. Just have them swallow the item right after they're born. If that was possible, it opened up a few possibilities. Maybe we could populate the treasure chests with more useful items and let the monsters drop the junkier stuff for explorers. Junk or not, it'd still be a source of income for the lower ranks. And going forward, I'd like those lower ranks to have something to live on. In a perfect world, people are rewarded for their efforts, and I wanted to make that happen as much as possible. Well, no problem then. If it'll help people gain more of an income beating monsters, I bet it'll make them try even harder for us. And it'd have the side effect of boosting the trade in monster-derived materials, as well as providing another attraction for our nation. And once we have some more money to work with, we can divert some of that into welfare programs. I don't know how much we can do about illness, but serious injury, we could assist with it. If Japan can have universal health care, it's not a dream for Tempest to have something like it. A system like this is something we'll want to implement at an early stage in our nation's development, lest people call it unfair. If possible, I'd like to see that happen sooner than later. The problem is to figure out who, exactly, will call citizens of Tempest. Labyrinth runners, passing merchants, and people like that aren't, naturally. Maybe now is the time to register all our citizens and make the ownership of rights clearer to everyone. Tempest is a developing country right now, so we welcome any and all immigrants, but once our nation matures, there might be movements to ostracize non-citizens from our borders. A nation is, in a way, a large cooperative entity. Nobody can live alone, so we form communities to help one another survive. We don't need parasites latching onto our nation, and I didn't want to embrace anyone who didn't have a sense of belonging here. It's hard, after all, for people with different thoughts and principles to coexist in the same community. Basically, if a citizen belongs to a nation, they have a duty to work for the sake of it. In turn, they can receive certain services from that nation. That being said, people have the right to not belong to any nation, free of civic duty and retaining full, unfettered freedom. If you want to be part of Tempest, come on in. If not, you're still a welcome guest, but I can't provide you all the services a citizen would receive. We'll need to define the difference soon, and I think Rigid and I need to have some detailed discussions about this. See? I can think about serious stuff sometimes, too. You think so? In that case, maybe we could mix in some unfamiliar potions, or weapons and armor whose capabilities are unknown. Right, so you won't be able to determine if they're high value when you find them? Oh, right. We were still in a conference. I hurriedly considered Masayuki's suggestion. I think I see what he's getting at. Ah, like unappraised tools and equipment that you can't use until you get them appraised at the entrance. Yeah. I mean, I guess you can't really drink a potion if you don't know its effect. Oh, maybe some people would. And if we mix in some poison flasks, that'd be another labyrinth trap for us. It'd help warn people about making item appraisal a habit, too. Let's go with that. Cursed equipment might be tough, but magic weaponry would be pretty neat. Like, you think something is a piece of junk, but appraise it to reveal its true colors. That's good. You can't throw away junk then, and you also need to exit the labyrinth to have it appraised. Masayuki and I, with our video game knowledge, were getting excited over this. The idea of actually implementing it was thrilling, and Ramirez and Veldora, overhearing us, seemed to be getting into it. If you want to hide the true nature of something, my illusory magic ought to come in handy. Ah, how lovely it is to see challengers jump for joy, only to be agonized by doom later. Now things will be even more exciting. Yep, definitely into it. Yes. And since junk equipment will take up valuable space, people will want to sell it in town in short order. That ought to boost return whistle sales. And now here's Maya's smile with some more reality-based feedback. And he was right. Anyone would hesitate to toss out unappraised weapons and armor? Planting that thought in people's minds would make those people camping out in the labyrinth in search of big finds reconsider their strategy. And since we're charging admission, the more people going out and in, the more profit we make. Plus, we wouldn't be the only ones having fun here. There's something attractive about the term unappraised. Your heart can't help but race as you wait for the appraisal results. Real pulse-pounding excitement. Something you thought was junk transforms into treasure before your eyes. And even if it turns out to be junk after all, you'll still treat it as your own. We don't need to have a ton of jackpot items like that, but along those lines I think we could certainly mix in some more low potions and the like. That'll help support the lower-ranked customers, although we'll have to fine-tune the ratios of trash to treasure. All right. Well, it's about time we get to work. Time to push a system update, huh? Masayuki replied. Given that we came up with all that only just now, it's about time wasn't too appropriate. But our last system update went just fine. Sounds good to me. Ramirez nodded, as if she knew what we were talking about. I flashed her a quizzical look, and she quickly averted her eyes. I suppose that little sneak was just trying to ride along on the wave. Mijielmar looked confused, and Veldora was back to his usual shrill laughing, but I didn't mind. Masayuki and I looked at each other and nodded. The following evening arrived. My days were now full of serious work. They were usually spent inspecting projects around town. No, it wasn't just a leisurely walk, I promise, and each night I'd receive reports in my personal office. Rigard was handling a lot of my affairs, but a fair number of them still required my personal approval, so I had an office set up in our government building for that. Sir Rimuru, Shion said as she handed me a sheaf of papers. Here's your report from Sister Elnager Mile. She was a hard worker. Almost like a real secretary. Kind of surprising. Yeah, thank you, I said, trying to sound all haughty as I accepted the report. Mijielmar was already getting started on what we discussed at yesterday's meeting. Everything's going well, I muttered. I am delighted to hear, Diablo said, nodding. In hardly any time flat, our tavern sales are up 10%. I guess it benefits all our citizens if the low-ranked adventurers have more money to work with. Indeed. It's just as you read it, Sir Rimuru. Diablo nodded again as he gently poured some tea for me. It's not at all like I had read it, actually, but it was pretty much what I hoped for. I couldn't be happier. Diablo was overvaluing me, like he always did, but it didn't bother me this time. I took a sip. Ah, this tastes different. Did you change the leaves? Did you not like it? No, it's good, but it wasn't displeasing at all. Maybe just a tad stronger on the bitterness than usual. I'll replace it at once. An apparently panic-stricken Diablo said, but he really didn't need to. It was just fine. No problems to speak of. It's just that Shuna always brings her a game when it comes to preparing tea. Wait a minute. Hey, is this? Yes, your chief secretary insisted on preparing it herself. I tasted it to ensure it wasn't poisonous. Okay. That's a surprise, seeing Shion prepare tea this good. The even greater surprise, though, was Diablo actually cooperating with her. I never thought you'd go with Shion on that. Poison doesn't work on me anyway, so I assumed Diablo was simply taste testing it, but that made it even more of a surprise. I had no other choice, he replied with a smile. Sir Benimaru was balking at being her taster every day. It was my first experience ever feeling ill, a chance I'm glad to have had. I really don't think that's a necessary experience, but this time I definitely needed to thank him. Shion looked really happy after all. She's really grown, huh? Once upon a time, her home-cooked cuisine was more hazardous to your health than the deadliest of poisons, but now here she is getting tea just right. No magic or skills or anything. Her violin performance during the festival was another surprise. I'm being wowed all the time lately. It truly felt like an emotional moment to me. Diablo, thank you. No. And Shion? Well done. You did great. Yes. Thank you very much. Next time, I think I'll have Sean pour my refills. It was a little overly bitter, but I was happy. Then I recalled that I had never delivered Diablo his promised reward. By the way, I still owe you a reward, don't I? You did an excellent job with the Farmers invasion, and here I've been giving you menial labor ever since you got back. No, it's my hope to be of service of you, Sir Ramu. Well, yeah, but I had given Hakuro some vacation time. He was off happily training somewhere with his daughter Momiji. Gopta, I took to our special elf-run club down on floor 95. He didn't quite deserve a membership card yet, but I intended to dangle that as a carrot for his future endeavors. Of course, he was still off God knows where with Milim at the moment. Veldora grumbled a bit about wanting to toughen him up too, but I hope he doesn't. That's just being cool by that point. For Gable, I had a new research facility built beyond the door that Veldora guarded on floor 100. He'd be the head of this laboratory with Vesta as his second-in-command. Gabriel would be overseeing what had grown into a pretty large research team, so it was a fairly big promotion. So along those lines, I had given what I thought were appropriate rewards to everyone. Not doing anything for Diablo, someone who worked so hard by my side, was out of the question. In that case, Diablo said, as I thought this over, there is something I would like your permission for. He always had the greatest knack for reading a room like that. Go ahead. Say it. Very well. I was thinking that I would like someone working under me to handle my more miscellaneous duties. Oh, like making tea. I knew he wasn't a fan of that. I couldn't blame him. Why would a demon as powerful as Diablo willingly brew tea for a slime? Even I thought that was a bit bonkers. No, not that, Sir Rimuru. Taking care of your personal affairs is one of my most vital responsibilities. I am talking about miscellaneous tasks like raising nations to the ground. Someone I could perhaps send in my place to handle that. I personally will always be by your side, Sir Rimuru. He smiled as he said it. Come on. That's real work, not miscellaneous tasks. But to Diablo, I guess taking care of me was more important than waging wars. I really don't get what's in his mind sometimes. Ah, I see. But I can't have someone with that kind of power working under you. Someone with the intelligence and muscle to take down an entire country. It'd have to be someone like Benimaru or Soy. I wanted to make Diablo's wish come true, but this was asking a little too much. However, it turns out I was jumping to conclusions. No, I have no intention at all of standing above Sir Benimaru or anything of the sort. There are some old acquaintances of mine I'm considering, so I thought I would invite him. So he wanted to hire some people. I didn't have any problem with that. That sounds fine by me, but will you need some money? I imagined he would, which is why I asked, but Diablo smiled and shook his head. No, I doubt they would be interested in money. In place of that, however, they will need some manner of vessel to serve as their physical bodies. Ah, now I get it. If this is an acquaintance of Diablo's, it's probably gonna be another demon. All right. Is it okay if it's something like what I gave to Beretta? If Diablo insisted on a human corpse, we were gonna have problems. Things were a bit different now from when I first summoned him. Yes, I'll ensure they don't complain. Then fine. Ramirez was just bugging me, in fact, about providing physical bodies for trainee sisters as well. I said yes, since they could help us run the labyrinth. Maybe I should craft a few extra bodies while I'm at it, just in case. That's fine by me then, but is that the only payment they'll want? That is not a problem, but I think that the Prot GS I am considering each have a staff of their own as well. I was thinking about bringing them on, too. Is that all right? As breathlessly confident as always, I see. It's like he never once considered the thought of being turned down. I can't pay them, but would they care? If you can provide them with physical bodies, they will gladly serve you, Sir Rimuru. He was so sure of it. And if he was, I had nothing to say. But there is one thing I better ask. So how many people are you expecting to serve you? By his manner of speech, I was picturing a small handful, but I needed to know how many bodies I should prepare to make. Well, I was thinking perhaps several hundred, 1,000 at most. That's a lot. 1,000 at most? And they're all demons? What kind of doomsday army was he trying to build? What, are you trying to have a war by yourself? No, I'd hardly expect them to battle me. Even if they did, I doubt it would be a hard fight for me. And so deadpan about it, too. Where does all that confidence of his come from? Are you gonna be okay, though? Yeah, perhaps there is no need for such a large number. Very well. I will carefully choose among them and dispose of the unnecessary. No, I didn't mean that. I'm asking if you're gonna be okay. Diablo gave me one of his happy smiles. There will not be a problem, he declared. Well, now it just seemed ridiculous to worry about him. For all I knew, Diablo may very well be stronger than me. If he says it's not a problem, there was no point in me protesting. All right, I'll prepare 1,000 vessels for you. You will, Sir Rimuru. Sure. I need to reward you anyway, so try not to get yourself hurt doing this, all right? I didn't think I needed to worry, but I went ahead and said it anyway. Diablo bowed at me, overcome with emotion. Very well, then. It pains me to say this, Sir Rimuru, but I hope you will forgive my absence for a period of time as I prepare. Part of me just wanted to say yeah to him. You can leave things to me for now. Go! Shion sounded like she was showing someone she disliked the door. I could kind of empathize with her. She must have been feeling the same way I did. Wasting no time to strike while the iron was hot, Diablo decided to head right out on his journey. To be honest, I was a little anxious about having Shion be my only secretary, but, hell, Tuna was there for emergencies, and I doubted anything too hairy would happen. Such were my thoughts as I saw Diablo off with a smile. Chapter 2. Lively Days. A few days after our previous meeting, a party finally made it past floor 30. This was Masayuki's team, and just as he had worked out with Meiji Mile, they were making their way down the dungeon at a steady clip. It was fixed, I'll freely admit that, but what the general public didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Besides, with his chosen one's skill, Masayuki can make some pretty big screw-ups and still look squeaky clean to everyone around him. I couldn't ask for a better advertising partner, so we held a big announcement inside the labyrinth that the Orc Lord guarding floor 30 as well as his 5 henchmen had been slain. The results were electrifying. Cheers erupted from the inns and taverns people gathered at. Sayuki. Sayuki. You could hear it all across town, and Masayuki reacted to the chants with a casual smile. His expression was stiff, to say the least, but to the crowds it must have looked like a radiant smile. Once again, Masayuki's fame and popularity had risen to the stars. Some shops even held Masayuki, the hero, 30-floor commemoration sales. With all the excitement, and all the merchants whose eyes sparkled at the potential profits, things were, to say the least, lively. Now we were holding another meeting in the conference room we had built in the labyrinth. The populace loves you more than ever, don't they, hero? Rimuru, can you not pick on me, please? It's hard. I thought my choice of greeting would be a fun way to break the ice, but he really did seem overwhelmed. Truly an excellent performance. Magnificent. Stirring. Cheering. Meiji Mile couldn't help but join in. He really meant it too, making Masayuki snicker a little. Now I see. If this is how everyone reacted to him, I could understand how that would get tiring. I really didn't do much of anything, though. Oh, there you go again! You're such a modest champion, Sir Masayuki. I doubted Masayuki was being modest at all. An ogre lord ranks a B+ as a monster, and its henchmen would all be B level too. One B-ranked monster could threaten the existence of a small village, and here we had a small group of such monsters, so beating floor 30 requires serious talent, but Masayuki's team emerged from that battle without any major issue. The mithril armor I gave Jinrei did a lot to boost his defense, so the party's strategy involved keeping the monster's attention squarely on him. An effective one, as it turned out. The rest of the party was pretty decent too, focusing their attacks to unlock some pretty powerful magic. Bernie's elemental magic, Jiwoo's spirit magic, and Masayuki's chosen one-based buff effect all worked together to raise their abilities to their peaks. Masayuki said he didn't do anything, but really, he played a huge role, just standing there. Still, not that it's for me to say, but we couldn't ask for much better advertising. Having rare equipment from a distinct series show up in the chests is quite attractive to a lot of people. Right, I came up with that one. Equipment that unlocked special effects if you completed the whole set. That was an idea I discussed with Kurobe, and the memory of that discussion inspired him to make a test set, the so-called Ogre series. The gold box inside floor 30's boss room awards you with one random item from that set, which was really a diabolical way of going about it. There were 5 weapons, an axe, sword, bow, saber, and knife, and 5 pieces of armor, the helm, breastplate, gauntlets, gaiters, and boots. No shield included. What you got was completely down to luck. You were guaranteed an Ogre series item, but you didn't even know whether you'd get a weapon or a piece of armor. Plus, keep in mind, there was no guarantee you'd see a series piece drop. The gold box the boss guarded was programmed to drop rare items 2% of the time. Even if you beat the Ogre Lord once an hour, that box would still only contain 24 items a day. You'd be lucky to see a rare drop every other day at that rate. It's the perfect drop rate, in fact, to encourage the gambler side of people's psyche. It's human nature to want to collect them all. If you obtained a piece you already had, you could always trade or sell it. Now, people had yet another reason to tackle the labyrinth. And we picked up the Ogre Greaves. Yeah, and if you can find all 5 armor pieces, it'll grant you magic interference, which is a powerful anti-magic skill. Real effective against the boss at floor 40, hint, hint. It was the same effect boasted by the scale shield I gifted Cabal a while back. That shield gave you the effect by itself, but with the Ogre series, you needed the whole armor set to unlock it. That's the difference between a unique piece of equipment and a rare one. And to be honest, the Ogre series was made from the magisteel we salvaged from the byproducts of processing the shield, like scales of Charybdis. This meant it was already a powerful magic blocker, effective against the Tempest Serpent's poisonous breath, and I hoped people were excited about collecting them. Oh, really? So the tactic I'm hoping people adopt going forward is to collect the whole set before taking on the next boss. With Masayuki's team conquering floor 30, we had now formally announced the Ogre series. It wouldn't be long before the information spread worldwide, and I'm sure it'd energize even more would-be challengers to try their own hand at the labyrinth. Parties were allowed to be up to 10 people in the dungeon, no matter how strong a group of monsters you found in there. If you had a party of adventurers ranked B or higher, there was nothing they had 0 chance defeating. It'd be a trial and error process ahead for them, I'm sure, but if they think of it as training for group battles against monsters, I think it'd be good experience for them. I definitely want them to build up their equipment for the floors beyond. Besides, everything was going to plan. We didn't miss a thing. That's your idea, huh? So you think we need to complete the series? Well, that's a good question. The mithril armor I gave Jinrei is a rare piece as well. It's got no special traits, but it provides better defense than the Ogre breastplate. You could just keep pushing and beat the Tempest Serpent that way, maybe. The Serpent was a tough foe, but there'd be only one of it. Tackle it with a party, and your strategy would probably involve keeping a decoy healed while the rest of the gang fought. That would be Jinrei with this group, and I figured he'd be up to the task. All right. In that case, we'll keep going down. Gotcha. Good luck, okay? Because you're the best pitchman we got. Jinrei and the others are a lot more enthusiastic about this than I am, but yeah. I think having monsters drop items is kinda adding to the fun, too. It's always exciting to discover a chest, but the simple idea of having monsters drop items turned out to be absolutely the correct thing to do. Some monsters, skeletons for example, didn't have any materials to harvest, and their magic crystals could often be low quality and worth pocket change. The stronger an explorer you were, the more of a pain in the ass monsters like that became to deal with, but now things had changed. The creatures that parties used to reluctantly mow down were now getting actively hunted again. With monster materials circulating more than ever in the marketplace, I couldn't ask for better result. Giving labyrinth-generated monsters items was actually pretty simple. The Dryads, led by Trainee, helped us out with that, taking newly born monsters and having them swallow the items. That sounded tricky, given that monsters may appear anywhere in the labyrinth and you can't track them all. In fact, though, there was no need to. The flow of magicules in each floor was supplied with special pipes. These pipes were set up to run through certain rooms from floor 5 downward, rooms that subsequently would have lots of monsters born in them. Monster lairs, you could call them. To manage the labyrinth, Trainee and the Dryads would place the items I specified in each of these rooms. The monsters would swallow them up, and then the Dryads released them into the maze at large. Tracking all the monsters generated in the labyrinth was a pain, but one greatly reduced by only having to watch over the monster lairs on each floor. Monsters who self-generated in the regular corridors wouldn't carry any items, but that wasn't a problem. We didn't need every single monster to drop something anyway. Thus, we had a reasonably efficient way to enable monsters to carry items around on each floor. I originally envisioned the monster lairs as a kind of trap, but now they were more like administrative pen. Of course, you might see a hapless party tiptoe into these rooms right when they were packed to the rafters with monsters. But hey, it adds to the tension. It's all part of the charm for everyone. You never know what you may find around the corner. And the appraisers are working around the clock. We're charging 1 silver per appraisal, but there's pretty much a line at all times. From slain monsters, you may find flasks of fruit juice or milk magically treated to keep for several days, plus a few low potions mixed in. Some of these drinks might go bad after a while, of course, so an appraisal was a must. We also threw in some of the failed efforts from the Kuroba's apprentices' junk that we then bought off them for cheap. This might sound like we were taking a loss on them, but they're kind of like crane game prizes, reinvesting our profits in order to attract more customers. And speaking of prizes, we had to have some jackpots, of course. Occasionally, we'd mix in a masterpiece from Kuroba's assistants. This, of course, generated a ton of buzz, with people going around town showing off the special sword or whatever that they picked up inside the labyrinth. It really added that addictive touch we were hoping for. Now, like ants to a hill of sugar, we were seeing people come back again and again. So we had booty in the treasure chests, monetary rewards for beating every 10th floor, and plunder from the monsters themselves. A lot to attract repeat business with. Thus, it was fair to say that the labyrinth was going well. It was perhaps inevitable that more people were showing up in the town. And floor 95 is just packed, effused Ramirez, the others nodding their agreement. Yes, the new inn on floor 95 was already a big success. Each floor had a conspicuous room before the stairway containing a rather unnatural-looking door reading "in" on it. There was a bell next to each one. Explorers rang it to call for a labyrinth manager who'd explain what lay beyond the door and how they could take advantage of it. 1 silver coin was required to open it, not much less than admission to the labyrinth, but to regulars, that wasn't going to be a big outlay. The majority of people who heard the manager's spiel wound up paying after all, and there was a good reason for that, the ever-changing labyrinth structure. Thanks to all the corridors and such changing every 2 or 3 days, it was much trickier to conquer a floor than its size suggested. Few people could advance through a huge map without getting lost, and we had measures in place to prevent elementalists from relying on elemental communication too much. It was now a challenge to find the shortest route through a floor, and as a result, you really couldn't reach the save point at every 10th floor in a single day. Thus, until now, parties were forced to camp out in the corridors. I've never slept in an open corridor before like that, actually. Oh, I turned to Masayuki. How was it? Seems pretty fun. Ah, maybe for you, Rimuru, but if you're sleeping on cold, hard stone, you're gonna get terribly sore and maybe bruised up. The other 2 guys, besides Bernie and me, seemed pretty used to it, but not even Jiu, a woman, objected to roughing it like that. But to Masayuki, sleeping in shifts to keep a lookout for monster attacks was nothing short of hell. Ah, sounds rough. Can you give me some actual pity, please? Because I never want to do that again, that's for sure. I suppose it would be an ordeal for most modern-day kids, whether you were an otherworlder or not. You could secure a treasure chest chamber or some such and set up camp there, of course. But you'd still need someone keeping watch, since some monsters constantly wandered the hallways without rest. In those circumstances, providing a safe place to rest was unexpectedly popular. There was also the question of what to do with the equipment you found inside. Discarding it would be a waste, since, as we planned it, there may just be a rare find among things that might seem like junk at first. But between your sleeping kit, a few days' worth of food, and backup equipment, you had only so much room to spare. When space is of the essence, Food is often the first thing to go. If you ran out of stores, you'd have little choice but to retreat, although some monsters left behind edible goods when defeated. Water could be procured with magic, so a lot of people made do with the barest minimum of sustenance. If you were at the end of your rope, you could always die and get transported back with your resurrection bracelet. That cost you your items, but it beat struggling with starvation. Along those lines, people were starting to reconsider the merits of the return whistle. Since they let you return to the surface with all your items, more and more people were starting to purchase them. Thus, a consequence of the labyrinth's new emphasis on dropped items was that people tended to carry less food around than before. So what if we had an inn available down there? If you're well enough to reach a stairway, the inn was there for you, obviating the need for food or a sleep sack and making your pack a lot lighter. Yes, if an inn were available, a lot of people would naturally want to take advantage. They provided safe rooms for 3 silver coins, the same as labyrinth admission. Between that and the access fee, you had to pay double or triple the price of a regular inn to stay there, but at least you got a meal with it. Those 3 coins gave you access to a building divided by gender, filled with capsule hotel-like rooms, just large enough for a bed and little else. I'm not going to talk this place up too much. Your money didn't get you luxury. I was having some treants run it for us, and the work was carried out by new staff as an on-the-job education program. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, customer service. Our hires would get to practice all of that here, and if they make the grade, they'll be able to find work up on the surface. Despite the rustic conditions, the inn still found its clientele. Your money bought you safety in the labyrinth after all, and nobody was about to complain about that. We also provided a few extra services for additional fees. Clothes laundering, 3 silver. Access to a large open bath, 3 silver. Equipment cleaning and basic repairs, 5 silver. That sort of thing. These services were all kind of popular, actually. Extended rounds of fighting in the labyrinth could make you a bloody, sweaty mess after all. The bath was also a big hit, which I figure is because women might be more sensitive to people stinking up the place. Either way, it was all at exorbitant prices compared to the surface, so our profit margins were through the roof. You were allowed to take a break in this space without getting a room. Speaking of which, simply having access to a bathroom you wouldn't get ambushed in was a huge attraction. Masayuki suggested I look into that, and when I did, I found that was, well, a pressing concern for everyone. There were no flush toilets in the labyrinth, and since you were on the razor's edge between life and death for much of your journey, you often had to resign yourself to some wet trousers, or worse. The labyrinth itself never needed cleaning, though. The generated monsters cleaned everything up for us. In particular, the slimes in the labyrinth ate anything. Human waste, the remains of dead monsters, you name it. Monsters of that rank popped right back into existence after an adventurer killed them, so hygiene wasn't a concern at least. Plus, every time the labyrinth layout changed, Ramirez cleared out any useless garbage strewn around, ensuring the dungeon remained in remarkably spotless condition. Of course, this didn't mean people were comfortable with dropping trow and doing their business in the middle of a monster-laden hallway. The labyrinth management didn't want their maze to look like an open sewer, and our challengers weren't great fans of that either. If they got attacked by monsters in the midst of a bathroom break, it'd probably make them want to cry. Yelling time out didn't work against monsters. You'd need someone keeping watch for you, for number 1 as well as number 2, and I know I'm speaking for at least some of you when I say that going to the bathroom in an open hallway while encircled by your friends is the perfect formula for performance anxiety. Maybe a quick whiz would work. Well, maybe not. If a monster caught you with your fly down and you had to fight like that, or even worse, you put it back in and had to piss your pants during the battle. I don't even want to imagine it. You'd probably just want to march right back home, but then you'd have to go tromping around the city of Rimuru with a huge urine stain on your pants, like you lost a bet or something. A man might be able to cope with this. I can hardly imagine how a woman would handle it. For some, death might be better than the humiliation. And considering that lots of adventuring parties were mixed-gender, toilet-related practicalities were another incentive for people to use our inn. By the way, some people tried to solve this problem with magic. Certain household magic spells like clean wash and health management can help you maintain normal bodily functions inside the labyrinth. Health management in particular allows you to manage the times at which your body needs to eliminate. There were certain limits, of course, but you could use that spell to hold it in for around 3 days without issue. Unless you were the type of maniac who didn't care if he sprayed his waist all over during battle, this was a must-have spell for adventuring. Still, health management didn't work forever. If you were gonna wander around the maze for extended periods of time, relying strictly on magic was risky. Thus it came to pass that even sorcerers and the like saw fit to call upon the inn services. So labyrinth management was all systems go for now. Midgey couldn't have looked more pleased with himself. "It's going along perfectly well," he said. "We're seeing a rising trend in our profits. Even subtracting the expenses incurred with the item drops we're distributing, I'm beyond satisfied with our margins. I'm looking at around 10% right now from our original investment. My goal is 20%, and if we can attract more customers, I think we can make that happen." So about what we figured overall. And since I was having him report the items we provide at their sale prices instead of our own costs, we were actually making more profit. That, and we weren't paying a salary to the townspeople involved with the work, so all of that was going straight into our coffers. It seems like we could start investing more into it. If we do, it'll be a while longer before we see government-scale profits, but I think we could get in the black before an extended amount of time. If profit was all I cared about, we could just sell what we created at high prices. But as a nation, that wasn't enough to survive. There were people in town involved in many kinds of work. We needed to make sure it was divided up appropriately so they could do their best at their jobs. That's why I thought it was important to set up an environment where everyone's satisfied with their work. As the ruler of this nation, it was job one for me to provide work, or really a purpose in life, for everyone who lived in it. Yeah, but I feel bad about them working for free. Well, Mitchell said with a grin, if you factored the average salary in Bloomond into our figures, we have more than enough of a budget to pay that to our employees. Whether they'll accept it is another question. To a merchant like him, free labor must have been unthinkable. I could understand that. You didn't exactly need to ponder the subject deeply to see the problem. We were providing food, clothing, and shelter, and everyone seemed happy enough with that, but it didn't seem like a good work environment at all like this. I did want to compensate them all somehow in time, but Raphael was doing a perfect job of managing them, so nobody had lodged any complaints about their treatment. Nonetheless, I decided I'd better bring this up with Rigard and my other officials shortly. But even as my subjects happily worked for nothing, one of my other acquaintances was much more faithful to her own greed. By the way, is my payment gonna be all right?" Ramirez nervously gulped as she asked the question. All this talk must have made her think I was gonna stiff her. She didn't have to worry. I keep my promises. So I signaled to my GL, who then nodded with a smile of his own. "You have every reason to expect it," he proclaimed, trying to sound as important as possible. "I think we can pay you quite a figure. In fact," Ramirez gave that a satisfied grin. "This is it," she exclaimed. What is? What is?" "My era. The era of Ramirez has finally arrived." Had it? Because I wasn't so sure. But Trainee, bringing some tea in, warmly smiled at Ramirez as she guffawed at this. I always thought Trainee was overprotective of her. Love can be smothering like that. But I wasn't about to get involved in their affairs. Do I receive any of this payment? Oh, now Veldora's interested in money. That's the last thing I need, but we do owe him one. I gave another nod to Miguel. Yes, of course. We have a payment prepared for you as well. Would you be satisfied with the same amount Lady Ramirez is set to receive? Miguel and I had worked this out in advance. Veldora, after all, was acting as the master of this labyrinth. Not that he had to do anything really, but it was his magicules that kept the dungeon environment running. His converting magical to magisteel for us, in and of itself, generated huge profits for Tempest. I didn't think it right to try to cheat him.
Oh, wonderful.
I knew I could count on you, Rimuru. I see that I'll always be safe in your hand. Don't go wasting it, you two. Of course not. Yeah, of course not. I know how to save money. Knowing how, Ramirez, doesn't mean much if you don't do it. But they both looked pretty gratified, so I opted not to rain on their parade. Of course, they're free to squander at least a little of it. Money, after all, is something you save because you know how much fun it is to use. Oh, yes, agreed Ramirez. That's such an astute insight, Miguel. Molly, if you coddle Ramirez like that, she's gonna run with it. Trainee is a great example of how not to handle her. I suppose so, yes. And I have experience working at that takoyaki stand. Now I see what a noble thing work is, as well as how vital money can be. Rimuru, you worry about me far too much. You're one to talk. I was the one who arranged that whole damn takoyaki stand for you, and Midgie Elmile pulled more than a few strings to make it happen. All you did was grill up the damn things. I had to mentally restrain myself from saying all that. There's no better teacher than experience, I suppose. Let 'em do what they want. Even if it blows up in their faces, as long as they learn something from it, we're good. So, Geomile, how are things looking outside the labyrinth? I asked. I knew things were moving fast around town, but how were things really going? I was curious. Geomile smirked at me. Brisk indeed. That's the only word for it. The festival is long over, but really we haven't seen any major drop in our population. We now have a pretty steady clip of merchants going in and out, and I think that's going to be quite stable for the time being. Would you say the town is starting to function as a stopping point for trade? Precisely. Merchants are starting to come see me so they can begin to do business here. They're not going through intermediaries all the time either, so it's a rather full schedule these days. From free guild members to big-name merchants from the Western nations, they're all inquiring about opening up shop here. Sounds better than I thought, then. The Founders' Festival was meant to prime the pump, and in terms of attracting people, it was a big success. Now the labyrinth I'd made for fun was building a good rep of its own, winning favor with all our visitors. After that, all we had to do was fine-tune things to keep the money flowing. I wanted people to challenge the labyrinth, earn money, then spend it on our nation's goods, not just our inns and taverns, but weapons, armor, and other consumable. I'm sure our merchants from other nations would play a big role in that. The Free Guild purchases monster materials, then deposits the money with us. Foreign merchants would bring us rare and exotic goods, no doubt, and at the end of it all, our town would be livelier than ever. Give it enough time and people the world over would know just how fine this nation's goods are. We've got a lot of exclusive things to offer. Rare foods and liquor, all the cuisine Shuna was developing, the gear from Kurobe's workshop. Even Kaijin's apprentices were helping flesh out the selection. That wasn't even all of it, and the selection was only going to grow. Word about all this could easily spread by now. Even without advertising, we'd have no problem attracting customers, and at the end of it, people the world over would accept us and see us as necessary. I was sure of it. What's more, some of the gear made in Kurobe's workshop was on sale as special merchandise at certain shops. The gear circulating in these shops was doubtlessly going to generate attention, and while different stores dealt in different levels of quality, if you had the money, you could buy it for yourself, although anything from them rated rare or higher would be available for purchase only on floor 95. I'm sure some people might doubt this gear's capabilities, but that wasn't a big problem. We got a place right by here after all that lets you test out what you bought. We rented it out to people in the labyrinth even, although not too many people had taken advantage yet. It'd only be a matter of time either way before they used that gear and began talking up how good it was. Little by little we were building trust in our nation. Trust is more important than profit. I'm not about to go into the red for the sake of trust, but as long as we stayed in the black overall, I'd call that a success. We're not in this to make money. We're in it to get our nation accepted. Sounds like exactly what we aimed for. Even if Tempest's a monster nation, if merchants can see profits, they'll come for us. The labyrinth's seeing more and more visitors, and I think we can build a relationship with the Western nations too. Nigel Mile nodded. Smooth sailing indeed. And yes, more and more visitors are coming. People know it's a monster nation run by a demon lord, and they're still coming. Just as you surmised, I think it's safe to say that people are trusting us. He was in firm agreement. But he's a funny guy, that Mile. He saved us just now? From that, it seems to me that despite being human, he's fully looking at matters from our perspective. I'm glad for that. We can't earn trust overnight. Trust is gained in drops and lost in buckets. That's the truth. And maybe we're stimulating people's greed to bring them here, but there's no easier thing to connect to trust. If you think that someone can address and satisfy your desires, that's the same thing as earning their trust. Nigel Mile's a good example of that. We're connected by a desire-based, trusting relationship. Do good work and receive just profit from it. That's really important, I think. And, of course, it's no fun if that's a one-way street. You need to look at the other side of the equation and figure out if you can trust them. Right now, we've got the perfect environment for training ourselves on that. We've got a teacher in Nigel Mile, and I'm gonna study as much as I can under him. Then I paid Ramirez and Veldora their salaries. They both seemed satisfied with the amount. I told them not to squander it, but have they thought at all about how they'll use it? The question weighed on my mind as we kept discussing matters. Hey, do you think we could set up a space for my personal use? Sure, Ramirez replied to me, but what for? You want to do some research too? No, it's more about development in my case. I have a few ideas in mind that I want to try building. In terms of research, Kurobe was way ahead of me. His workshop was in the southwest part of town, along with the workshops of those apprentices he deemed worthy of going independent. That district was seeing weaponsmiths from all over now, hearing the rumors and building their own forges and repair shops to compete. It was a full-fledged industrial zone by now, and as a result, it was getting hard to keep new discoveries made there a secret. The atmosphere was more convivial among those artisans, amicably sharing in one another's neat new stuff, so classified project development wasn't possible. Instead, my order for Kurobe was to develop new weapons and armor that nobody could imitate. Besides, when conducting research, I didn't actually need a physical space. I have the good Professor Raphael with me. What I did need, though, was a development facility to implement the blueprints in my mind. Sure thing. I'll get it set up today. Ramirez was eager to please. So now the 100th level on the bottom began with Veldora's Grand Hall and continued on to rooms housing a plethora of research facilities. In terms of keeping the space defended, not to mention preventing leaks, I couldn't ask for someplace safer. In fact, it was impregnable. Let's use it for really important from now on then. But what are you trying to make down there, Rimuru? Ramirez asked me. It's a secret. But I really want to know. You're always cranking out all kinds of crazy things, so... Indeed you are, said Veldora. There will be no secrets between you and me. Oh, great. Who decided that? I knew full well Ramirez and Veldora were doing this and that behind my back, too. But they were always so persistent with things like this, and I didn't have the energy to try to deceive them, so I gave them an answer. Their bodies. I've been thinking about providing physical vessels for trainees' sisters, plus the ones Diablo requested, of course. If I needed 1,000 painstakingly carving them by hand, wasn't gonna happen. I needed a setup that allowed mass production. And give me as much space as you can, by the way, okay? I want to try out a few different things. Coming right up. Anything for my faithful underlings. Ramirez was emphasizing the underling part, but she agreed nonetheless. Good thing I let her in on part of my plans. Now I'll have the space to try all sorts of things. Up to now, I didn't have the time to make the things I came up with. Now I could start implementing some of those ideas. The thought made me grin. I spent the next few days setting up my development equipment and tapping Raphael's full abilities for the first time in a while, and copying all sorts of things within my stomach. Any tech I wanted to pass on to future generations couldn't rely on this, of course, but I didn't intend to share it with anyone anyway, so all inhibitions were out the window. Then I heard someone calling me from behind the door. Eesh. I was just getting into a groove, too. Report. You have not communicated with the outside world for several days. There is a possibility that something has happened. Come to think of it, I had been skipping out on meals, hadn't I? Raphael's observation reminded me that maybe I'd been a little too caught up in my own world. Even if nothing was going on at all, it's natural that Shion or Shuna would get worried. Better make my rounds. Now was a good stopping point anyway. Replying to the voice I heard, I left my research center. As expected, Shuna and Shion were right there. Sir Rimuru, are you all right? I was worried. You didn't even appear for the meals you enjoy each day, so I thought that something might have happened. So they were concerned for me. Sorry. I got a little lost in thought. No, not at all. As long as you're safe. Shion is right. With all the hard work you've been doing, of course, nobody will complain if you want to take some more time off. Once they saw I was fine, they were all smiles again. Now, I felt kind of bad. They really cared a lot for me. Well, I'll make sure to check in at least once a day from now on. That would make me very happy, said Rimuru. Yeah, better not get too wrapped up in my hobbies. Having someone worried for you is in itself a blessing. As I let the remorse wash over me, Shion suddenly spoke up as if just recalling something. By the way, Sir, Mile has been searching for you since yesterday. Then he should have called for me. He did, but there was no response. I apologize. We should have been louder. No, sorry I didn't notice. I'll set up a doorbell or something next time. Shion didn't seem too perturbed about it. I guess she didn't think it was too important. But after seeing how Meiji Yelmile was still hot to see me the next day, she grew a bit more concerned and talked to Shuna about it. Apparently it was labyrinth business, but Shion didn't know what kind. Did he figure Shion wouldn't understand it if he explained it to her, or was it something he was reluctant about letting Shion in on? I wondered about that. Guess Diablo was a lot more talented than I thought, though. At a time like this, he would have absolutely found a way to attract my attention. In fact, he probably would have joined me at my research desk. Maybe that made Diablo more selfish than Shion, if you think about it. But enough about that. Mijiel Mule's waiting for me. Shuna had prepared a boxed sandwich for my lunch. Shion brewed up some tea. I was enjoying both as I waited for my finance minister. "Ah, Sir Rimuru, I was looking for you. We've got big news from the labyrinth." I was in full relaxation mode, but Maji Almar was frantic. "What? What? What is it?" I asked, wondering if our user base was complaining about something again. "Following Sir Masayuki, we've got another team that made it past floor 30. "Oh, cool. That's faster than I thought." "I wouldn't be so calm about that, Sir Rimuru. They're practically sprinting their way down. In fact, they're almost at floor 40 already." Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be so casual about this. But I didn't see what was worth getting in such a panic about. What Maji Almar said next convinced me otherwise. And their methods are, well, they're making a science out of skirting the labyrinth's rules. For example, he then began to explain. And he was right. I hadn't predicted this at all. As he put it, this party had come upon fairly ingenious ways of using Ramirez's labyrinth item. First, they activated a recording crystal in front of the boss monster on floor 20. One crystal works for an entire party, so even if the boss wiped them out, they could revive themselves at the location they set for themselves. That was within expected bounds. So far, so good. But then, apparently, they would use a return whistle to warp out of the labyrinth, and then the party would split up, with each member going on to form their own party, always with 10 people, the maximum. So then, all those people, precisely. It's no longer a party so much as a small army. What was once a 10-person team was now 10 parties, a total of 100 people, each of them ranging between C+ and B+ as individuals. Apparently, they all wore a uniform of sorts, an overcoat with a shared design and a certain emblem sewn on it. They stood in line, no doubt unnerving the people around them as they marched in formation into the labyrinth, and that was the force they brought straight to the floor 30 boss. The rules stated that only one party could engage a boss at once, but here were 10 of them challenging the same boss, standing in line to wait their turn. The Orc Lord and his 5 henchmen were powerful adversaries, but this army was no slouch either, and after a heated battle they finally took the boss out with the third party of the group. I feel like we talked about something similar just recently. Indeed, we did. This is Team Green Fury themselves. Ah, there you go. Judging by the matching overcoats, this must have been a set of people working for one noble or another. The sheer budget they must have had for recording crystals made me shiver. Time is money and all that, but those cost 1 gold coin a pop, and they were tossing them all over the place. Do we know which patron they belong to? I had Lady Soccer look into that. Apparently, they're all part of the Sons of the Veld, a pretty well-known mercenary outfit. She believes their benefactor hails from Engelsia. The Sons of the Velds? I'd never heard of them. But it was a surprise to hear that one of the core members of the Western nations had their eyes on our labyrinth. I seem to remember one of their affiliate families participating in the Founders' Festival, but no one from any of the main noble lines, I don't think. Maybe they got a late start, or maybe they had some other intention. Well, how to put it? It feels kind of like they're paying their way in, which doesn't leave a great impression, but it's not a violation of the rule. Annoyingly, we had no reason to clamp down on them. I understood Major Almar's alarm, but at this point, there wasn't much we could do about it. Our profits are rising, yes? Lodging a complaint about it might be unreasonable at this point in time. But if this keeps up, the floors you spent so much time filling with traps are going to be conquered in the blink of an eye, it seems like. So, Angie Almile was going nuts. looking for me because he thought someone would beat the whole labyrinth while I was holed up in here. Guess I made you worry, huh? Well, it'll be all right. Things don't really kick off until beyond floor 40, and I think the Tempest Serpent is going to stop them in their tracks for a while anyway. Team Green Fury had some excellent teamwork going. I think they ranked in A- as a fighting party, but as individuals they were each around a B, so I doubted they could hold out against powerful ranged attacks for long. A Tempest Serpent is among the stronger of the A- gang, so even 10B plus fighters could have trouble emerging victorious against one. Indeed, but judging by what Lady Ramirez and Lord Veldora tell me, we have reason to believe the leader of Green Fury is misrepresenting their actual skill. True, I can't really run, analyze, and assess on someone in a video. Like, report. Accurate magicule counts cannot be calculated via analyzers. Assess on a motion picture of battle. Right, Raphael warned me as much. I just used that video footage to assign a rating based off how the Free Guild ranks its monsters, so I couldn't really say with any accuracy exactly how powerful that party is. After all, I was only ranked a B+ by the guild, even though I'm definitely an S in actual skill. Ranks can differ from talent like that sometimes, and if someone was deliberately concealing their skill, we needed to consider addressing that. I think I better hear from Veldora and the gang about this. Certainly. I've already reached out to them, so let's pay them a visit. That's McG.L. Mile for you. By the time he rounded me up, he already had everyone else on call. I nodded and stood up from my seat. We were back in the Labyrinth's conference room, the usual gang. You are late, Rimuru? Veldora scolded me. Yeah. Look at what happened. You're the leader. Start acting like it, Ramirez added. I'm the leader. That's news to me, but that didn't matter right now. So, how's it looking? I asked. It's looking grim, replied Ramirez. They've penetrated all the way to floor 38 now. She began to show me some video of their progress. She seemed pretty flustered, restless even, as she went over the footage, projected inside a little transparent box with me. The effect was kind of like seeing 3D miniatures move around by themselves. Too bad I couldn't assess this directly. Suggestion. If I receive permission to interact with the subject Ramirez's intrinsic skill Mazzacraft, it will be possible to collect more accurate, detailed information. Ooh. A rare proposal from Raphael. It seemed worth trying. Let's ask. Ramirez, I have a favor to ask, if that's okay with you. Why all the formality? Actually, I was hoping to intervene into your Mazzacraft skill, but what do you think? Intervene? What are you gonna do, exactly? What was I gonna do? I wasn't too sure myself. Well, intervene? I wanted to collect more information about this labyrinth sort of thing. I made most of that up, attempting to gloss over the truth with her. Report. That is generally the truth. Damn, I'm good. For once, I actually understood Professor Raphael's explanation. I mean, that's fine and all, but you sure you can manage that? Why are you worried about me? It's just, there's a lot of information to go through. Not even I can fully grasp it, so I usually ditch it from my mind once I'm done creating it. Hang on. She called it a lot of data, and she was probably right. With over 1,000 challenges in the labyrinth at once, plus all the data from each floor, plus everything else. And we had permanent residents on floor 95, too. Trying to grasp all of that at once. Understood. It will not be a problem. Oh, okay. Apparently it won't be a problem. I think I'll be fine. Why are you phrasing it like a question? Now, Ramirez, you are in good hands, leaving everything to Rimuru here. There is not a thing for either of us to worry about. I was all anxious, but Veldora was kind enough to browbeat Ramirez into trusting me. Well, all right. I'll give you the right to intrude into my Mazzacraft skill, then. Ramirez touched me, and with that, I instantly had access to the labyrinth. Report. Connected to the subject, Ramirez's intrinsic skill, Mazzacraft, now collecting information. The seemingly impatient Raphael sprang into action. The moment it did, maybe I felt a whole bunch of data run across my brain, but it didn't hurt at all. I was tensed up, prepared for anything, but this was kind of a letdown. Report. Analyze and assess on the Team Green Fury complete. Their leader is over the rank, but my appraisal of the others does not differ greatly from before. In a moment, Raphael found the info I needed. Talk about reliable. Then I noticed the analyze and assess was still running. Did something catch its attention? Understood. Analyzing all battles that have taken place within the labyrinth. So quit bothering me, I thought I heard it say. Which made sense. There's no way an average bum like me would understand the professor's thoughts. I'm sure it was plotting something grandiose again, but I'll leave it be for now. So back to our meeting. I see. Did you learn something, Rimuru? That was fast. It didn't work, did it? Ramirez, to say nothing of Veldora, gave me a doubtful look. I'm sure they had trouble believing me, as much as that annoyed me. You know, I said, bragging a little, this guy's an plus or so. I brought up some other footage from Ramirez, blowing up the view to make it easier to see. This surprised the whole room, Ramirez more than anyone else. Rimuru? Why are you using my skills so well? Ha 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 ha. Well, you gave me the right to intervene, so I guess that's why. You're kidding me. Even I can only show footage from a set position. I need to personally know someone before I can track them on here. Apparently, Ramirez could only access footage that had already passed through her labyrinth managers. I could see why. Wrangling all this data in depth was a dizzying task. Well, let's just say I'm more gifted at this for now, I said to assuage her as my eyes turned to the image. The explorer we were following was the elementalist who led the Green Fury team. If that leader was hiding so much power, there were likely even more elementals they were able to tap into. If they had access to higher level ones, you could count on them having access to power several times their own. Oh, when you say are we talking about monster standards? Right. I think the Free Guild pretty much assigns ranks based off what rank of monster they think you can beat, but that, however, was ignoring any safety factors. I think, to be exact, the standards were based on the scenario of several adventurers facing off against a monster of that rank. All right, so what about us? You guys? Masayuki, I wasn't sure about. By the looks of him, he'd be on the low end of a D, but his unique skill was out of this world, so put it all together, and he'd be well into the A range. Saying that would probably give Masayuki the wrong idea, however, so I decided to keep quiet about it. Better to obfuscate the truth for now. I'd say Jinrai just barely clears the line for an A rank, but I'm not too sure if he could beat a Tempest Serpent solo or not. If he had the complete Ogre series set, though, it'd be no sweat for him. His mithril armor couldn't fully protect him against poisonous breath. As a foe, the Tempest Serpent was a bad matchup for him. Unlike monsters, humans come with a lot of weaknesses baked in, so to speak, and since this isn't a video game, weakness against one attack or another spelled the difference between life and death. Even if his core strength made him competitive, the right poison at the right time could still easily kill him. Jinrei's really something, huh? Yeah. Although, I think your skill is boosting him in pretty much every way. And then, who else did you have? Jiwoo and Bernie. I'd pinned them both at a minus. It was a great party. Well balanced, to be sure. Maybe that's why Masayuki's faults never bubbled to the surface. Yeah, I definitely have some companions I can count on. And given how much more powerful you are than them, Sir Masayuki, you're an over-off for sure. After all, Sir Rimuru himself certified you as a hero. Miji Mile had nothing but respect as he eyed Masayuki. I really wish he'd be kind enough to stop. Masayuki was smiling, but he looked about ready to burst into tears at any moment. But the problem is that it's not only the Green Fury leader, I said. Over on this team, the Sons of the Vel, they're all called. They sure assembled a rogues gallery here.
No way.
That many high-ranked people? Nothing I would have an issue with. Yes, if the top members of the Veld formed a party, even floor 50 wouldn't stop them for long. Bovics and Equix are a rank too, but if it's one of them against these two dudes in particular, it'll be an uphill battle. And I'd put the Green Fury leader on the same line as Bovics. That high up? Yeah. I mean, this pair here, they're about twice as strong as Jinrei, just comparing their bodily abilities, not their battle skills. The two Velt standouts were each on the level of a high-end magic born. Weaker than Gelmod, that name takes me back, but certainly stronger than one of the lower-ranked paladins. Meanwhile, the Green Fury leader was in a class of their own, too. I wasn't sure, but I was willing to bet their skill level in battle was pretty high. Looks like they're summoning magic beasts to run on ahead and alert them to the traps I set. They're professionals for sure. Yeah, if this keeps up, it's just a matter of time before they reach the floors I set up. I figured Ramirez would be happier about that. Why all the tension? I wasn't too thrilled about this party dodging all my traps, but she and Veldora were all ramped up about taking on challenges. Between that and the generally disturbed way she was acting, was there something else going on? Say, are you hiding something? I decided to just ask her point blank. Veldora and Ramirez looked at each other, figuring out how to handle this. Presumably, Ramirez drew the short straw because she spoke first. Well, in the 3 days you were holed up in there, and a story she had made me want to rub my forehead too. As she explained, Hinata's Crusaders had begun their training, beginning with floor 51, as we agreed upon. Ramirez had lined floors 51 through 60 with her own set of traps, and of course she watched them excitedly as the paladins went about their business. Adelman, the guy she tapped to be the floor 60 boss monster, had summoned a massive force of undead, leading to innovations like corridors of infinitely spawning zombies, oxygen-free rooms. The dead didn't have to breathe after all, and things even more diabolical than that. I was really confident, you know, and those stupid paladins kept on purifying everything in their path. The no oxygen chamber stopped them for a bit, but the people behind the frontline team just resurrected them, and off they went. They had the perfect tools for that challenge, huh? Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. I tried to comfort the depressed Ramirez as she continued. Before much longer, the Crusader group reached the boss on floor 60. Adelman was waiting for them, but again, he was just the kind of opponent the paladins trained for. Thinking about it, the results really made perfect sense. As a wight with none of his own power, Adelman was only as good as whatever he could summon. The paladins were way beyond what he could personally fight off. At the same time, however, Adelman was a sort of elder statesman in the eyes of the paladins. He couldn't just run away from them, I suppose. Hopefully he didn't find the experience too humiliating. He wasn't all depressed, was he? He was. Ah, thought so. Better give him the pep talk later. So what happened next? After defeating Adelman, said Veldora, they pressed onto the floors where my traps were set. I was watching from above, chuckling over all the pain and turmoil they'd undoubtedly be about to face, and they actually dodged our master's traps, too. The slippery floors, the illusory walls, the corridor of true darkness, the death rays. Not even I could come up with some of that stuff, but they strode through all of it. Veldora and Ramirez gritted their teeth as they described it. The floors between 61 and 70 were Veldora's to decorate as he saw fit. His traps did take some victims, yes, but unless they died instantly, the paladins could readily heal them back to shape. Between that and their resurrection bracelets, as they put it, the team never really acted like they were in danger. And here I thought those floors were too tough. With the team ranked A or above, as long as the whole party didn't die at once, they could always bounce back. Something told me we'd need to recalibrate the difficulty level a little. But my elemental colossus put in a real good fight, said Ramirez. He wiped out all the challenges even. Wow. If he can wipe out a team of paladins, that's nothing to sniff at. But hell, his sheer weight alone was a threat. He was impervious to swords or magic, he moved like a jackrabbit, and his weight had to be measured in tons. He'd be anyone's nightmare. So why was Ramirez all despondent? Well, it appears that seeing the paladins struggle against that boss frustrated Lady Hinata quite a bit, Mijielmar said with a grin. At one point, Sir Fritz, one of the paladin commanders in the party, said to his companions, "Why, I'm not even sure Lady Hinata herself could conquer this foe." Yes, if Hinata was there. An angered Hinata. Not even an elemental colossus could stop her. In fact, so how far did Hinata get? Yes, that's the problem. It really shocked me. In the space of a single day, Hinata made it all the way down to the 95th floor. Even if we spotted her at floor 61, that's an insane amount of speed. She made quick work of the elemental colossus, stopping it in its tracks and using disintegration to completely destroy it. Before much longer, she was at floor 80, beating the boss there with pretty much a single blow. My apprentice Zigion's in pupil form at the moment, so he was in no shape to get moving, Veldora explained. Apita woke up first, but she couldn't keep up with that girl's speed, so she got whipped. Yeah, that was quite a fight. Being a queen wasp, Apito's agility puts her at the top of the monster kingdom, and she was trying her hardest to land a blow on that Hinata lady, but she fended off every single one, said Ramirez. Mum. Yeah, if it's Hinata involved, I could kind of see that. She's a strong one. How I even managed to beat her was still a mystery to me. And then she kept on going. Floors 80. 1 through 89 are each ruled by one of Kumara's followers, but she knocked them out one by one. Right, and Kumara's still too young, so I let Beretta serve as the boss of floor 90, but Hinata beat him. It looked to me like Beretta had gotten stronger, but I guess he tangoed with the wrong lady, I said. Mama. It's incredible, replied Ramirez. I can't believe people don't call Hinata a hero. And with that, Hinata called it a day and settled down in her elegant suite on the 95th floor. She had spent yesterday conquering floors 96 to 99. The dragon floors crafted by Melin that were supposed to be the toughest we had to offer. The raging earth floor, you know. The earthquakes are one thing, but the gravity traps are murder on you, continued Ramirez. It's about 5 times normal gravity in there, so you'd think she'd have trouble moving around, but neither lightning from the heavens, nor bone-chilling cold, nor searing heat seemed to work against Hinata. So then it was finally time for my appearance. Wow, really, Veldora? You fought her? I did. I take all comers. As the last boss, I will flee from no challenger. And what happened? This was Veldora. Of course he wouldn't run. But I needed to know the results. Veldora was stronger than me, so I couldn't imagine that he lost. But the question was how Hinata decided to approach this. Oh, I won, of course. But she was rather strong, I will admit. Her sword skills reminded me a tad of the hero who banished me, but her fighting style was quite the opposite. Oh, whether Veldora's victory was a foregone conclusion or not, I was kind of sad I missed the fight. I really wish someone thought to record it. Understood. Unfortunately, all battle records appear to have been deleted. Yeah, but damn. I can't believe how stupid I am for missing an epic event like that. I tell you, Sir Rimuru, I could hardly believe my own eyes. Ah, Lady Hinata was poetry in motion. Oh, Megiel Mile saw it too. I am so jealous. Yeah, I have to hand it to Hinata. People argue over who is better. Am I or is she? But honestly, every time the question comes up, my stomach starts to hurt. Ah ha ha. Modest as always, eh, Sir Masayuki? Molly, please. That's not modesty at all. It's the cold, hard truth. Oh, no need to joke about that, my Jalmile. The smile on Masayuki's face looked taut and thin as he talked his way out of the question. My Jalmile didn't get the message. Ah, yes, indeed. I'm sure that when it comes to battle, there is never any joking around with you. Why, if you ever had the chance to wage battle against Sir Veldora, I'm sure the results would be beyond comprehension. I'd love to have a front row seat for that. It's funny. Meiji Elmile was usually such a compassionate, empathetic man. But with Masayuki, he just didn't know when to quit. Please just stop. The kid looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Oh, you think so? Would you like to have a bit of a sparring match, Masayuki? A bit of a sparring match would kill him. No, yes. Masayuki's a champion, but he uses his brain to fight more, you know? If we ever fought, I think I'd have a slight edge. But with your outlandish strength, Veldora, I don't think he'd ever live up to you. I see. Yes, I thought as much as myself. You always were a fine judge of character, Rimuru. Ooh, that ought to do it. Praise him, and it immediately lifts his spirits. Anyway, back to the topic. For now, I needed to hear Veldora's story to the end. I glanced at him, and he nodded back. Yes. You see, the hero who sealed me away never made a single wasteful motion in her attacks. By comparison, that woman Hinata seemed to take a more varied approach, searching for something that could work against me. They were both cool-headed as fighters, never exposing themselves, but Hinata's style seemed full of needless strikes and movements to me. As he described it, Hinata executed a wide range of attacks, every kind of magic, amulet and artifact she could think of. She deployed them all. Simple, physical attacks don't work on Veldora, so I imagine she was experimenting to see what, if anything, would. But pretty much nothing she threw at him had any effect. That final attack of hers was a fine one, though. It even damaged me, albeit a very small, tiny amount. It reminded me of the hero's absolute severance skill to some extent. He was talking about Melt Slash, Hinata's ace in the hole, and a finishing move that took advantage of her sword Moonlight. But not even that fazed him. Do you think she could be a threat if she used the right tactics? Ramirez thought about this for a moment. I think she's stronger than Clayman or the other lesser demon lords, that's for sure. Even the Octogram's current members might have a hard time with her if they let their guard down. But my master here's in a world of his own. Quah-ha-ha. Exactly. If she wants to fight even with me, she'll need at least 10 times the energy. Oh. So not even Hinata was a good match for Veldora. I really wish I could have been there to study that battle. If I saved my memory of it, it could have been a great reference in the future. But there was nothing I could do now. Leaving the past where it belonged, I steered us back to the original topic. All right. So, in essence, the second half of the labyrinth failed to function properly against the paladins and Hinata. But the bosses get resurrected, right? Yeah, but Adelman is weaker than Bovix, no? And he helps me with research and stuff. I think he's a real talent, but I don't think he's the best person for the floor 60 boss. Also, Ramirez began to visibly shake. My masterpiece, the elemental colossus, it's broken and it won't go back to normal. Then she broke down in tears. Wasn't he a boss? Did he not have the bracelet on? No, he did, came the downhearted reply. But he won't resurrect. He didn't back when you broke him apart either. Apparently golems that occur naturally can be resurrected in the dungeon, but the types Ramirez built don't. That gave me an idea. Maybe it's because they don't have a soul. Beretta resurrected just fine, so maybe your labyrinth treats the elemental colossus like any other item? What? That seems likely to me, agreed Veldora. Your authority fails to extend to him, Ramirez, because he's not counted as a potential target. It sounded right to me, which means that even if I rebuilt it, it might just get broken down again. That wasn't going to happen too often, given its strength, but we should really address that. And before that takes a lot of time to build, doesn't it? It does. So right now, floor 70 doesn't have any boss at all. I knew it. Yes, and down on floor 80, Zegian will likely be sleeping for a while to come. Apito has grown stronger herself, but she has far too little real battle experience. I think she needs some training before we can have her serve as a boss. It turned out Apito was already receiving some remedial battle training. I wasn't quite sure this was what I put her in the labyrinth for, but she was gung-ho about it, so I saw no harm in letting her. Hinata was her teacher, by the way. They asked her to help out in exchange for another chance at fighting Veldora. Hinata was already assisting with our kids, so giving Apito some battle instruction probably wasn't much more of a stretch. That left Kumara. The Kumara minions running things from floors 81 to 89 were, in essence, magic-born manifestations of Kumara's own 9 tails, 1 per floor. Each had their own free will, evolving and learning by themselves, but detaching them from her own body like that greatly reduced Kumara's own magicule store. Thus they decided Kumara would join with Alice, Chloe, and the rest, and study under Hinata. All of this was decided yesterday. Okay, so we have no real bosses from floors 60 to 90 right now. That's right. Indeed. And that is why we have a problem. Ramirez and Veldora were sneering at me for some reason. Good heavens! Boy, talk about bad timing, huh? Mijiel and Masayuki were just as surprised to hear about this. I thought things were pretty chill with the labyrinth by this point, but I guess I was wrong. All right. I think I understand the situation. I heaved a resigned sigh. So now I had a stack of problems to deal with at once, but at least we knew exactly what needed to be addressed from floor 51 on down. Plus the traps I laid out were still in fine shape. I suppose it'll only be a matter of time before someone slays the Tempest Serpent, but there's no need to panic. Ah, that's the confident Rimuru I know. You have a plan? Hee. I thought so. I knew there was nothing to worry about with you around. The anxiety seemed to vanish from Veldora's and Ramirez's faces. It was very self-serving of them, but I nodded back and explained my thoughts. Right. Like I said before, my traps begin to get serious from floor 41 downward. Those are bound to trip them up. Ah, how reassuring to hear. I suppose so, yes. And what kind of traps are these, Rimuru? Oh, is that what you ask? Better sit down for this. Well, the coups de Greasy are the slimes on floor 49. Once you make it past a certain hallway, you're cut off from the rest of the floor and confronted with a huge pile of slime. Bad ones, let me add. This swarm of slimes would merge together to form truly gigantic slimes, almost 10 feet in diameter. The escape routes in front of and behind it were cut off, effectively stranding the poor victim. Physical attacks, slices, blows, heavy impacts didn't work on it, and in a closed corridor, not much magic was safe to use. Anything that exploded was likely to blow up in your face, so that was off the table. These slimes didn't have much attack force. No, but they'll maneuver to cover you from both sides, the classic pincer strategy. If you can picture edging closer and closer to the wall behind you as one of them advances, you can probably see how much of a threat they could be. Victory is ours. Yeah. It's in the bag for us now. Not so fast, you two. I didn't stop there. I'm glad my initial salvo was enough to make them cheerlead for me, but there were a bunch of other traps. Prepare to quiver in fear as I break them down. Slime pool. What at first glance looks like a bouncy, rubbery corridor is actually a slime, one that opens into a soupy grave halfway down. Slime rain. A storm of fist-sized slimes descends upon you, each one small enough to work their way into your clothing and armor. Watch for acid burns. Slime doll. Looks like a monster at first, but it tirelessly takes all your attacks, gradually exhausting you. Even worse, each attack you try on it exposes your weapon to corrosive acid. Try not to let your equipment get destroyed, and so forth. I had other ideas, but for this set of floors I wanted the focus to be on explorer harassment. Breaking their weapons in particular could make it impossible for them to fight any longer. It's the perfect way to buy us time. Brilliant! Truly, a brilliant selection of traps. So even if we don't defeat our enemies with these traps, we win as long as we can leave them damaged. That's right, Veldora. Homen breaking their weapons is a good way to chase off the stronger contenders. I didn't think about that. Right. If you can beat them, it's fine, but now they're going to have to think about what if they can't. It ought to buy us some time. For now, these traps wouldn't do much more than slow the challengers down. That was a shame, but we needed that time to come up with more permanent solution. So what do you intend to do with the time you buy? Veldora asked. Better give a serious response to that. It's important we don't forget that our labyrinth isn't your normal run-of-the-mill labyrinth. This is the advanced dungeon, a newer, evolved type, and it's meant to keep evolving and growing more advanced. Yes, of course. So we just need to make adjustments so the dungeon can handle things better next time. First off, Adelman. I'll figure something out with him. I wanted to change up the atmosphere in his boss room anyway, Ramirez, so I'll need your help. Sure thing. Adelman had made it up to the rank of cardinal in his life. I think his job was officially high priest or something. In a party, he'd be your background support type. Leaving him to serve as a boss solo was a mistake. He needed to be paired up with some kind of front-row partner. I had some other thoughts as well, so Ramirez and I decided to visit Adelman later on. Next came the floor 70 boss. We'll just have to make another elemental colossus, I said, and the perfect person for the job's just come back. I could get the needed materials, so let's take that approach. But it wouldn't be any fun to just build the same thing again. The perfect person? Ramirez asked. I nodded at her. Yeah, Kaijin is back. He knows a lot about spirit engineering, so I think he'll happily take the job. Plus, I think this'll help with the experiment I was conducting earlier. I'll show him my research results, so I think you can expect an even stronger Colossus than before. Really? Oh, great. We couldn't produce immediate results for her, but with Kaijin on the team, we'd be stronger than ever. It wouldn't be ready immediately, but it'd definitely be a threat for the next set of challengers who made it down there. So for floors 80 and below, I think that will work itself out over time. Once Ziggian wakes up, your garden variety challenger will have no chance, let me tell you. And the dragon's million got should evolve for us once they spend some more time in the labyrinth. Kamara was a growing creature as well. No need to hurry things along. The question was just how much time we could buy for ourselves. Okay, so that'll be our basic plan. Now we need more time, and I don't think my traps are gonna be enough. So there's something I wanted to test out, and Veldora Ramirez, I need your help. But, of course, sure thing. They both affably nodded. I returned the nod, then looked at Masayuki. Masayuki, I'd like you to continue delving into the dungeon. But instead of going past floor 41, it might be best to focus on completing the Ogre series first. Very true. Sir Masayuki's activities in the dungeon are always good advertising for us, and I don't see much need for him to hurry. So I should let someone else get past floor 40 first, then? Yeah. Also, I think you should maybe stay away from us for a little while. I don't want you getting caught up in our plans. Are you scheming something again? Masayuki leered at me. Well, that's mean. He's acting like I'm always hatching some kind of nefarious new caper. Well, let me keep that under my hat for now. But we'll handle things on our end, so Magiel Mile and Masayuki, I'd like you to keep things going as normal. Very well, Sir Rimuru. All right. I'll give the news to my party. Good then. Now, to see how long my traps can hold out. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's... Oh, one moment. I did want to discuss something. Just as I was about to adjourn the meeting, Meiji Elmile stopped me. I guess he had other business to address. What is it? Well, what Meiji Elmile had to say threw me a bit. Lady Hinata was asking me about her reward money for conquering the labyrinth floors. I reflexively replied. Those prizes, awarded for clearing every 10th floor, were meant to attract the nobility's attention. What Hinata want with them? I mean, she did earn them, but she did not officially make it down to the bottom during normal operation. No, but as she explained it to me, if she played by the rules, didn't she deserve to be paid? Meiji Elmile looked concerned. Okay, Hinata. Yes, you're technically right. But weren't we kind of in this together? It was a test for us, too. And to them, it was on the field battle training. I didn't see how money had to be involved. No. Turn her down for me. Are you sure, Sir Rimuru? If we do, she may decide to stage a more serious challenge in the dungeon, wouldn't she? It's fine. Just remind her that people will learn she lost against the Labyrinth Master, and the word'll spread like wildfire. It is impossible for me to lose. Nice. I knew he'd pitch in at a time like this. Plus, if she really did stage another attempt, we could leverage that in our advertising. Well, all right. But, if possible, I'd like you to break the news to her, Sir Rimuru. What? What? No way. Yeah. No. I didn't want her hating me. It'd suck if she thought I was being a tightwad. Better to leave this role to someone like Meiji Elmile, with the firm, resolved attitude I needed. But if I may, riling Lady Hinata's anger honestly scares me a little. Thanks a bunch, Molly. I think he was about to say something, but I cut him off. Sorry. I'm just not into doing that stuff. A pretty girl like her, you know, I'd like us to stay friends. Besides, Meiji L. Miles got a mafioso face and isn't afraid of anyone. He thinks of everything in terms of profit and loss, so I'm sure he'd have no problem saying no. I'm also sure that I just imagined it when I thought I heard him sadly mutter, "Perhaps I'll use my pocket money," then under his breath. That wrapped up our agenda. Leaving the now grieving Meiji Elmile to himself, I went on with my business. I told Valdora and Ramirez our meeting time tomorrow. There was some prep I'd need to wrap up before then, but before that I had one errand to attend to. Shion was on standby outside my chamber, so I took her along with me to visit Shuna. Shuna was overseeing dinner preparations when we saw her, giving out instructions to her staff. There were more people in the kitchen now, the air alive with conversation between an assortment of species. The skill Shuna demonstrated by organizing them all showed her strength as a leader. I hated to interrupt her for my personal business, but we were battling against time here, so she'd have to forgive me. "Hey, Shuna, got a moment?" "Oh, Sir Imuru." "By all means, tell me what you need." Shuna ran up to me when I called out to her. In this noisy kitchen, everyone was always kind enough to let me sample their dishes when I stopped by now and then. I tried to offer a quick comment for everything I tasted, but I was in a rush, so our impromptu tasting had to wait. "Sorry guys, but I need Shuna's help with something today. I'll be able to take my time in here next time, okay?" Certainly. Stop by whenever." Wait, we've been working on now." The enthusiasm was palpable. I guess me complimenting someone on their food was a kind of status symbol around here. Next time ought to be real fun. "Okay, Gobichi, can you run things for a while?" "Yes, Lady Shuna. Ready and able." Gobichi was second only to Shuna in cookery by now. He was the head chief whenever Shuna was gone, so we were in good hand. "Right, see you later," I said, waving at the disappointed kitchen star. We were on our way to floor 60, Adelman's lair. "Oh, thanks for that sandwich, by the way. It was good." Shuna smiled as we walked along. "I'm so glad you liked it. Allow me to make a box lunch for you next time, Sir Rimuru." Shion was quick to volunteer. I considered my options before replying. "Yeah, you're certainly improving by leaps and bounds. Could you maybe work with Shuna on one sometime?" I thought I was safe trusting Shion by this point, but a little insurance never hurt. Shuna's presence should keep Shion from going crazy in the kitchen. "Perhaps tomorrow then, Lady Shuna." "All right, Shion. Let's begin with something simple first." It was a pleasant exchange. Their musical performance had been in perfect sync too, actually. I'm glad they were getting along. So we chatted along those lines as we reached the 60th floor. "Adelman, I'm coming in." "Ah, it's you, Sir Rimuru." Truly, recent events have filled me with anguish. I am fully prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit for my inferior self. He immediately fell to his knees when I said his name. His penchant for exaggeration was as healthy as always, but I was used to it by now. "Nah, as far as that goes, it's our fault for misreading this. You're not a good fit for combat against paladins. I don't think you could have avoided that defeat. No, even now I lament just how spiritless I was in battle. Losing to such inexperienced fighters, I approached the battle as if I was still a white king, but I lost after my magic failed to trigger. Right now, Adelman was nothing more than a powerless white. A white with some pretty advanced magic knowledge and battle experience, sure, but species-wise, he was just a low-level monster. There wasn't much magic he could fully harness, and the only creatures he could summon were equally low-level undead. Monsters had the capacity to evolve via the magicules in the labyrinth, but that took time. Adelman's minions wouldn't be evolving for a while to come, but what I was about to do would help him power up much more quickly. One of the most important things you can do is know the extent of your power. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Yes, yeah, anything. How much holy magic can you wield at the moment? Holy magic was, in essence, force stemming from faith. You didn't need to gather up magicules from the atmosphere, and it wasn't affected by the magic strength within you. If you had the right knowledge and enough spell-casting time, you could weave powerful magic without exerting a great deal of energy. What it did require, though, was a pact forged with a god. A god, for the purposes of this kind of magic, was in existence who could wield the spiritual particles that were the building blocks for magicule. It wasn't dependent on the caster believing in this or that god or some other divine concept in this world. A god was just anyone who could directly interact with spiritual particle. In Luminism, for example, Luminous was a god for this reason. Adelman was a devout Luminist, and becoming a monster hadn't shaken his faith at all. That's why he could cast Disintegration as a White King, I suppose. Now, however, he was worshipping me as a god instead of Luminous, and we couldn't forge a pact of faith with each other. I figured holy magic was thus out of the question, maybe. These days, not very much, I'm afraid. Even lower-ranked magic is inaccessible to me. I thought so. Holy magic, in essence, worked the same way as spirit magic. A pact was involved, and you were borrowing force from a higher power to cast your spells. Not even Hinata could cast holy magic without borrowing Luminous's powers. If the human race didn't align itself with a god-like Luminous, they'd lose access to one of the most effective ways to handle monsters. It'd be ironic if it weren't so scary to think about. If Luminous's whims had driven her to go in a different direction, the world might have wound up far more chaotic than it already was. All right, so let me ask you, Shuna, how much holy magic can you use? And what's your faith pointed at? In my case, it is not exactly holy magic. It is an imitation powered by my unique skill parser, and it works surprisingly well. Ah, I see. An imitation? I did leave her to analyze the barrier over our town, come to think of it. Maybe that let her copy a subset of holy magic as a side effect. And, in addition to that, my faith is in you, Surimuru, and there's no doubting the power that brings me. That's why I think I might be able to do this. Shuna gave me a somewhat bashful smile. But when you fought me, didn't you say that even monsters could use holy magic? I was bluffing, Shuna replied, still smiling. It was a bluff I was quite sure of, but you wound up proving it for me, Sir Rimuru. Adelman gave us a quizzical look. It was surprising how much variety there was to his facial expressions, being a skeleton and all. But regardless, the most important element to executing holy magic was faith. Faith was intertwined with connections in the soul, and it might be that Shuna inadvertently grasped this at the deepest level. If that was the case, I just needed to present my theory and have Adalman learn it. He should know how it feels, so I didn't think it'd be that hard. Now, I'd like both of you to accept for me what I'll call the secret skills of faith and favor. I just learned them from Luminous not long ago, and it's strictly classified information, so keep that in mind. As a former high priest, I figured Adelman could rediscover holy magic once he could connect with me. Even now, when his magicule count was nothing like it used to be, holy magic ought to make him a lot more useful in a fight. The secret skills of faith and favor? Now I too shall bask in the powers of the truly divine. He was even more stifling than usual today, but I put up with it. Sir Rimuru, do you mind if I ask a question? I hadn't thought about it until now, but for the first time in a while I was being carried by Shun, in slime form, of course. I didn't want that to stop. It was comfortable, After all, this holy magic talk would fly straight over her head, I was sure, but I had to be confident she could keep it secret. "Don't tell anyone, all right?" I said to her. "Of course," came the energetic reply. I was happy enough with that, so I went over the basics of my plan with Shuna. "I see, so I can learn holy magic as well if I can believe in you." Right. I think so. It's something you can research in your free time anyway. Maybe talk about it with Adelman and stuff. All right. I look forward to seeing how much of it I can learn. Shuna was picking this up fast. With her parser skill, maybe learning disintegration wasn't a pipe dream even. As for Adelman, I am swelling, overflowing with power. He was pretty excited. Holy cannon! With a red light sparking up from deep within his eye sockets, Adelman pointed a hand forward and screamed. A concentrated ball of energy flew out from his palm. A bolt of holy cannon, a full-fledged holy spell. A powerful one, too, and one he had generated all by himself. "Oh, Sir Rimuru, my God!" He prostrated himself before me in worship. I wish he wouldn't. It kind of made my spine prickle. Great. That worked, huh? Now keep practicing so you can start casting some higher level magic. And if something comes up, you can always turn to Shuna for advice. I was clearly trying to hurry things along. Shuna, understanding my intentions, lightly nodded. "Ah, so you want me to be his advisor since you dislike dealing with him yourself?" I heard that question loud and clear, but pretending I didn't was probably the best move here. If she could just assume I'm an insensitive clod who doesn't understand anything for myself, that'd be great. "I promise I will live up to your lofty expectations, Sir Rimuru." Adelman, meanwhile, was energized like never before. I decided now was a good time to give him another important piece of advice. Now, as a white, if you cast a holy spell, doesn't that damage you? There were two types of holy magic, one neutral type that worked with spiritual particles, and another of the holy type that cancelled out magicules. Holy cannon was the latter type, and as a monster, I figured that would cause him damage. A little pain is nothing that would faze me. Adelman's just soldiering through it. But that doesn't really solve the problem. I could tap Beretta's Reverser, a unique skill to flip the holy attribute around to demonic, but that's another future research topic for the time being. Then how about this, Adelman? Still enveloped in Shion's chest, I sent a beam of light into the air. I removed the holy attribute and powered it up a bit. It's called Holy Ray, and it's my own creation. Holy Ray is a neutral attack, neither holy nor demonic in nature. As long as you didn't screw it up, it would never damage the caster. However, it was a trickier spell to cast. In other words, it required the user to have more faith in me. It was meant for a single target, and in terms of spontaneous force, it was better than my Megiddo spell. It launched quickly and emitted a bright light, but it was actually a long string of concentrated, spinning spiritual particles. As a piercing attack, it wasn't as powerful as disintegration, but took much less time to cast. Wonderful! Truly a wonderful spell. Adelman was beside himself with joy. If he could master this spell, it might help him get used to manipulating spiritual particles in general. Then he'd be able to launch bigger beams with tons more lethality. This was one of the spells Raphael developed based on my requests, and for Adelman at the moment, this was the most ideal weapon I could give him. I'll be glad to discuss magic with you at any time, so don't be afraid to contact me. Shuna had already kindly accepted my request. That was, to say the least, a relief. All right. Keep up your training then, and try your best to learn holy magic that won't damage you. I wanted that to be a focus. It would complicate fighting otherwise. Raising a hand to quiet down the jubilant Adelman, I then tackled our next problem. So right now, you don't have too many ways to attack. We can help you gradually build up an arsenal, but before that, there's something quick we can do. How do you mean? Well, you're more of a back-row fighter by nature, right? I would say my role more often was to provide rear support, yes. When I was a White King, I'd often use summoning magic to bring forth an army of undead, overwhelming foes with my sheer numbers. I'm sure he did. There was no rule that said a floor guardian had to fight solo, so all we had to do was bring on someone to take up the front row for him. Right. So I think it was a mistake for me to pit you against parties of people. Yeah, I do have a variety of martial arts at my disposal, but with this body of bones it's all rather incompatible. No, that's not the issue. He must mistakenly thought I was scolding him. Punches and kicks weren't going to solve anything. Nah, don't worry about that. If you're fighting a single person, then fine. But if it's more than one, call for some friends of your own. You had one, didn't you? I think his name was... Oh, you mean my friend Alberto? Yeah, right, Alberto. I guess he's a skeleton right now, but he used to be an Imperial acolyte, didn't he? Good enough with a sword to trouble Hakuro, even. That's the kind of strength you need. And if he's got the right equipment, he can still cut it in a fight today, right? Yes, with his talents, I'm sure he can live up to your expectations, Soromuru. I could sense the pride in Adelman's voice. Now I was getting more confident about the idea I had. Okay, can you give him this equipment for me later? I produced a set of gear from my stomach and laid it out on the floor. Previously, I had heard Alberto was capable of fighting without a shield, so I figured this was the best set for him. Cursed sword, a one-handed, medium-length sword that absorbs life force from its surroundings, including the wielder, making it a failure as a weapon. Cursed mail produces a constantly deployed barrier with high magical resistance and defense, but also continually saps the wearer's life force. These two items were collaborations between Kurobe and Garm, both trying to extract as many features from them as possible. They were planning to create a whole series, but they shelved it once they realized no living being could use them. Garm, in particular, actually collapsed while crafting them. Things were touch and go for a little while. We could laugh about that now, but given that backstory, we were all a bit loath to just throw these things away. Besides, they both worked really great. Unique caliber gear, you could even call them. But since monsters count as living creatures too, we figured they were completely unusable, and now as I realized that's no issue at all with the undead. What do you think? You don't feel sick or anything holding them, do you? I feel nothing in particular. We are already dead after all. Adelman checked them himself to be sure. The moment he unsheathed the sword, Shuna and Shiun began to wince. That life-absorb feature must have been working. Given how Adelman wasn't phased at all, undead must have been impervious to it. Great. I think you'll be okay then. Back in its sheath, the sword no longer sapped our energy, but that alone could make it pretty decent for attacking. Oh, and there's this too. It was a surcoat, an outer garment made of my sticky steel thread, a superior piece, resistant to heat and cold and also resilient against bladed weapons. These were circulating around as part of the Tempest-made goods we had available, but we charged an arm and a leg for them. Very well. I will be sure Alberto receives these. He will be overjoyed, I promise you. Great. With Alberto fighting for him, Adelman would have a lot more options in battle now. Oops. Just remembered. And, Adelman, I want you to have this. I took out a jet black robe, like something a priest from some dark, sinister cult would wear. It looked kind of cool, actually, not to mention gaudily decorated. It was, in fact, one of the most impressive pieces of the whole Tempest clothing collection. Something worth at least 100 gold coins, or the equivalent of a luxury sports car. Even royalty or nobility couldn't shell out for this without due consideration. Truly top of the line. And it performed well, too. Amazingly, even if it got ripped, it'd use self-regeneration to fix itself up. That made it a magic item, one with features you almost never saw. Adelman respectfully took it from me. I'd like you to put that on and greet any challengers you see like you're still a white king. I think that'll help create more of a Floor Guardian atmosphere with you, you know? This was more a matter of taste than anything. My taste, but still. I had also asked Ramirez to help me renovate this floor. We envisioned something like a throne room, with Adelman leading an army of undead like the king he was. I will gladly do that, Sir Rimuru. He happens to be one of my talents. Nice. It seemed like I could rely on him. Okay. I'll leave you be here then. Also, if you have any other talented knights you'd like to have serving you in here, knock yourself out. Understood, my lord. If I could check with you on one thing. Mum? What is it? Well, I would like to bring one of my pets here with me, but could I ask for your permission? A pet? Didn't seem like an issue. Well, sure, if that's all it is. You can use whatever pets you want in battle, actually. Just try not to have them outnumber the parties attacking you. Yes, my lord. I have been granted this land by my god, and I promise you that I, Adelman, will protect it with all the ability I can muster. Overreacting again. I let it slide. It wasn't worth commenting on. Okay. We're going to be renovating this space to look like a throne room tonight, so feel free to choose whoever you want to serve you. If you have any questions, ask Shuna or Ramirez. Yes, my lord. May the words of Sir Rimuru propel you forward. Shun had to butt in there. I really wish she didn't, but she seemed happy with herself, so I didn't pursue it. The next day, we all came together at the appointed hour. Ellen's floor is just perfect now. The moment she caught sight of me, Ramirez started bragging. As she had reported, she completed the throne room the previous evening. Thanks much. The rest I think we can leave to Adelman. Are you sure? Well, he'll perform better than he did yesterday anyway. If he's fighting an A-ranker, he's gonna have trouble, but he'll at least be able to expose his opponent's skills for us. The longer Adelman held out, the more serious his foes would get. That's where Raphael would step in, analyzing the battle and figuring out how we should best respond. Valuable info we could leverage in the next floor. Despite everything I said to Adelman, it really wasn't any big deal if he lost. Besides, depending on the decisions we made right now, both he and, for that matter, Bovix may be idle for a long time to come. We needed to address every facet of this. So, time to start implementing. What are you doing? I heard all about it. My dragons got pummeled. Now that's the last person I wanted to see. Milim storming into the conference room and looking absolutely livid. In her hand was Gobta, looking like a dirty old rag. He was being dragged along, but it looked like he was still breathing. I could hear him muttering, over and over to himself too, so I guess he was conscious. Mylene's training must have really done a number on him, but he didn't look any stronger to me. Just kind of, okay, a lot more. Beat up. Was he all right? Milim nodded at me, oblivious to my concern. Yes. Yes, Gopta performed brilliantly. I didn't think he'd ever beat Hell Mode. She did look pretty satisfied. And judging by the praise from Milim, Gopta must have performed a truly monumental feat. In that case, it is time to teach him my Veldora-style death stance. No, it's not. Gopta is my disciple. Veldora and Milim promptly began arguing, a completely spent Gopta to the side of them. I really didn't want to get involved with that, so I'll leave that choice up to Gobta. Glad he's home safe, at least. I was going to reward him later. Once I had his attention, I ordered Gupta to get some rest. He promptly headed to a nearby nap room. Did I mention Ranga? My master, I've returned. He was wobbly as he padded toward me, voice hoarse. Gupta looked bad, and Ranga was about the same. Pretty intense training, I guess. I reflexively gave him a pat on the head. He squinted appreciatively. Good job. You can rest in my shadow now. He jumped right in the moment I said it. By the way, once he had recovered enough, I asked Gupta what they were up to. It turned out that his training was nothing but on the field battle, back-to-back fighting against monsters either at his level or slightly above it. Once he and Ranga were in perfect sync with each other, they moved on to a never-ending string of battles against people like Karilam and Midray. As Milim apparently put it to him, no matter how hard you try, you're never gonna house more magicules within your body. But don't worry. If you can unify with Ranga, that immediately solves the problem, and once you learn how to master the increase in power, you'll be fine. So leave the magicule surge to Ranga and just try to polish up your senses. So it was nothing but battle sense training since then, he concluded with a smile. He had also learned the extra skill sage, which let him speed up his thoughts. I was pretty impressed. Having Milim back was a boon, actually. After leaving Adelman, I'd been making the necessary preparations all night, just barely wrapping everything up in time. Promptly, I took out one of the items I'd completed. Veldora, Ramirez, and Milim each gave it curious stares as I held it in my hand. Pay attention, everyone. I have a special item here, something I've been developing for a little while. Personally, I think it's groundbreaking. It'll help us solve the problems we're facing in the labyrinth, and it'll also add some more fun to all our lives. I gave all three one of their own. I didn't expect Milim in today, but I was planning to invite her over once I had something practical to share, so hers was all set to go. The idea for this came from the homunculus Archduke Errol used earlier. I figured that having access to temporary bodies would let you do some pretty neat stuff. What's this? Never seen this before. Do I eat it? To me, it looks like a vessel for the soul, or the like. Milim, Ramirez, and Veldora seemed equally curious. No, Ramirez, it wasn't food. Did she think everything I brought over for her was food? Oh, well. Veldora was fairly close to the right answer. These items were quasi-compartments for souls. When transferring your consciousness to a homunculus, a corridor is established between it and your soul using some magic. I had analyzed and assessed the core components of that magic, revising them for my own need. This was what I gave to Trainee, a vessel for her chaos core. I called it a pseudo-soul. Veldora's almost got it. This device imitates a soul vessel. I can't provide a soul itself, so instead I tried to create a substitute that mimics one. Oh, why did you do that? Veldora may be pleased he got it right, tried to sound as intelligent as possible. There was no need for me to put on airs. I could go ahead and just state my aims, but before that I wanted to surprise them a little. After all the effort I spent on this, I thought I deserved a bit of fun. Hey, not so fast, not so fast. I'll explain everything to you, okay? But next up, I've also got this. Take it and try to imagine a monster in your mind. Anyone is fine. I then took out a set of black balls, each about the size of a fist, and handed them to my audience. Veldora gave it an odd look. Any type? Yeah. Either an existing one or whatever crazy thing comes to mind for you. So, a goblin or an orc, or a horned hare or an ogre bear or anything? Sure. But make sure it's something you like. I don't want you to complain about your choice afterward. All right, all right. A monster, then? Do these create monsters who you'll repel labyrinth challenges with? Something like that. He was always super sharp with things like this. Satisfied enough with my guidance, the three of them picked up their black orbs and sank into contemplation. These items were called Master Cores, and the magical core of Charybdis came in handy with developing them. I had that kept in isolation within my stomach, but Raphael had finally finished analyzing it. It was the core of a large monster, as well as the root of its power. Apparently, in the transformation into Demon Lord, I had consumed all the negative energy inside, so it was now an empty shell. That made it perfect for housing a soul vessel, and now here we were. After a few moments, the magicules in the air began to interact with the master cores, creating monsters, the exact ones each bearer imagined. Well, pretty neat, huh? And like Veldora said, we can use these monsters to engage parties in the labyrinth. That's what I gathered all of you here for. That wasn't the only reason, but nobody was listening anyway. They were all marveling at the monsters they created. Meanwhile, I was busy making my own monster, a ghost, a transparent, disembodied soul floating in the air. I'll omit its stats, but one special skill it had was cancel physical attack. As a ghost, no physical attack worked on it. It couldn't attack physically either, of course. Magic was its only offense. Next up was Veldora. There was now a skeleton standing next to him. It couldn't cast magic, although it could learn how later on, with the right evolution, it could also master battle will. Melee, meanwhile, had generated a bouncy, lustrous blob. It had no limbs. Its color, a garish red, demanded your attention. It was a slime. Why'd you make a slime? Are you picking on me? No, you asked me to go with something I like. What's the issue? Now she was firing back at me. Ah, well. She was clearly happy, at least, her eyes all but shouting slime. Out loud. I was wondering about the day glow red, however. Finally, we had Ramirez. What was this? A knight? Or a suit of armor? Yes, it was a suit of living armor, to be exact. Full plate, but looking worn out for some reason. It was still the largest out of the 4 monsters we made. Maybe Ramirez's hang-ups about her size drove her to imagine something big. The fact that it was completely empty inside was pretty appropriate for her. Everyone peered closely at the monsters they just willed to life. But the surprises were only beginning. All right, so listen. As Veldora pointed out, I'm thinking about using the monsters we created to dispatch the intruders inside our labyrinth. Intruders? Yes. These monsters are the guardians of the labyrinth, so anyone stepping inside has to be intruders, right? Ah, I see. What? Indeed. Remember, Ramirez, we are running this labyrinth. Calling them challenges is rather strange if you think about it. Yes, now that you mention it, you're right. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Veldora's stepping in to explain matters was convincing enough for Ramirez. Miriam, meanwhile, pretended she knew the entire time. I doubted she did at all, but I needed to move things along. Right. So we'll be taking on the intruders with these, but do you think it'll be possible at all? Of course not. They are far too weak. My armor looks pretty cool, but I'm not too optimistic, no. Rimuru, I'm disappointed in you. You know I'm too smart a girl to expect anything from these. Just as I thought they were spouting off whatever popped into their minds. Why were Ramirez and Milim acting so haughty with me? That set me off a bit, but I needed to act my age here. Well, the story doesn't end when you create them. The real show begins now, So I'd like all of you to sit down and relax, okay? Now what I'd like you to do is point your pseudo-souls at your monster and chant possess out loud. There were some incredulous looks, but they all settled into their seats for me. We had some pretty comfy chairs in this conference room. The cushioning was excellent. Then, all at once, possess. The moment we all said it together, the pseudo-souls in our hands lit up as they were absorbed into the monsters, fusing with the master cores inside them. This resulted in a complete avatar core, and when it was done, my consciousness blacked out. In another moment, my view had changed. My magic sense, something I had on at all times, immediately shrank down its range, drastically affecting my vision. I had my 5 simulated senses now, so it was still far better than my first few days in this world, but the other 3 had never experienced anything like that, so it must have been a bear to deal with. I looked around as I thought about this. In my hazy vision, I could see a skeleton stretching out its legs, a slime zooming around at surprising speed, and a suit of living armor methodically toddling around like a classic wind-up robot. All 3 of them had successfully possessed their monster. Even now I could feel myself getting used to this. It felt far more natural than anticipated, like it was my own body. A body that was far less capable than my own, however, so it was hard to move around. But once you figured out how you moved, it got easier to predict how your body would react to your will. You didn't need long at all to move it exactly as intended. The same was true for the other 3. This is great. After a few minutes of testing out their new bodies, they all shouted in unison, "Isn't it? What do you think of my research, huh?" "Amazing. Truly amazing, Rimuru," Veldora cried. "That's classic Rimuru, isn't it? No wonder I thought you were such a great guy." Ramirez agreed. "I knew it all along," said Milim. "I've always believed in you." They were hopelessly wrapped around my finger. But hey, glad they're happy. Well, looks like we've got a resounding success. And now that you've all jumped into those monsters, I don't think I need to explain what we have to do I? Hey, Veldora chuckled. Such a silly question. So, instead of having the monsters do our bidding, we take matters into our own hands? What a creative idea, Rimuru. Exactly, I replied. Although I wish I could have tried conquering the labyrinth in this form. So, this is what a video game is like? I've heard about this. What? Why? Is that true, Veldora? Said Milim. Me.
Master!
So we'll beat up the enemy like this then? And then we can make these bodies learn new things too? Ramirez jumped in. Gotta hand it to Veldora. He immediately guessed what I wanted to do. Yes, this was basically a pseudo-morgue, although there wasn't anything too massive about our party of 4. Maybe just a morgue then? It doesn't matter. The key thing here, the concept, was that we could now enjoy the very labyrinth we expended the effort to build.
Here!
Well put, Veldora. You can nearly read my mind, I see. But don't get the wrong idea yet. Yes, I developed this with an eye toward playing the labyrinth like a game, but we have other business first, don't we? We do. We need to use these bodies to dispatch the challengers. I mean, the intruders causing us problems then. He got it, all right. Yes, I thought about using the Sivatars, these monster bodies, to interfere with Green Fury's rapid advance. And like Ramirez said, I had thought of several ways to enjoy these bodies, leveling them up to evolve them, learning how to fight with the restricted skills they had, and so on. Still, what I really wanted to do was go have fun beating up monsters and challengers. I had no idea I'd invent something so useful just to make that happen. Of course, once everything was ready, I was just thinking that we could enjoy conquering our own labyrinth as well. I said. Ah, right. We'll be able to test out our work, huh?
Mum.
And with these avatars, we can't exercise our full powers, right? So I thought it'd help us get another perspective on problems in the labyrinth. Yes, true. And the master of the labyrinth taking on challenges himself. Some people might see that as unseemly. But copying my soul into a weaker beast like this. Right. This way, we can beat up intruders as regular old labyrinth denizens, not as true dragons or demon lords. Now I get it. This sounds fun. Milim was certainly convinced. Given the nearly infinite power she lobbed around all the time, a much more inconvenient form must have seemed novel to her. She looked really excited about it. Well, shall we spring into action? Yes. Why not clean up the garbage before enjoying our own game? Said Veldora. The time has come to fully stretch out my arms. I'd say, said Ramirez. I can't wait to test all 48 of my finisher moves. I'm not sure how any of this works, but this seems kind of fun to me. Milim cheered. We all triumphantly stood up. Time to go down there, get in Green Fury's way, and ensure they couldn't challenge the bottom floors for a little while. How would we do that? Well, I had a few other schemes in mind. First, we needed to get used to our avatars. After that, the next important thing was equipment. We all put on resurrection bracelets with infinite charges, ensuring we could die as much as we wanted, but that wasn't enough. Our avatars were freshly born and extremely low level. Pushovers like us wouldn't deter Green Fury no matter how well we surprised them. If we had some decent equipment, though. Right, we'll definitely want to get some equipment together. Let's go to Kurob's and have him craft some weapons and armor. Ah, yes, indeed. I'm a mere skeleton as it is, after all.
Hey.
You fools! I'm a slime built for speed and mobility now. I could work just fine in the labyrinth. I'm just a suit of armor. Can I put more armor on over this? Oh, we can figure something out. Let's just head over. And if you don't need equipment, Milim, just stay here. Don't give me that nonsense. I can hold my own as it is, but I still need some gear. Talk about selfish. She should have just said so. I wanted some equipment as well, so I prepared to undo the possession and leave. To go back, just picture the word separate in your mind. That'll bring you back. I gave them a quick demo, putting the avatar core in my pocket as I taught them. These avatar cores had the monster encoded in them, one per core, and they couldn't be shared between different people. These cores were a second self for you, really, so I wanted to be sure people took good care of them. With these, I added, you'll be able to call on your second form anytime you like. Pretty neat item, definitely. We'll need to think about what to do with them while we're busy possessing. Veldora and Ramirez, back in their original bodies, stood up from their chairs.
Maybe fit it on our bracelets so we don't lose them,
suggested Veldora. That's a good idea. I think I'll do that, said Ramirez. They both played around with the avatar cores in their hand. I think I'll do that with mine as well. But what about my limb? Hey, Millie, I'm gonna go like this. Before I could call for her, Milim, in slime form, was digging her way into my pocket. Okay, let's go, she shouted, bossing me around and demonstrating her utter lack of interest in listening to me. She must have really liked that body. Pretty childlike of her, which, yeah, she's a child. Calling a child childish wasn't very constructive, so I gave up on scolding her and got going. We were at Kurob's workshop. You there, Kuroba? Oh, Sir Rimuru? What brings you here today? Kurobi came right up when I asked for him. Seeing Veldora and Ramirez with me surprised him. Well, we're looking for some weapons, I said as we walked inside. I hadn't been around for a while, but the workshop definitely had more people now, monsters included. It was scorching hot as usual. Temperature didn't affect me, so it was fine. But working in here must have been grueling for the other. Looks like you've hired some more apprentices. Yeah, luckily. They still need practice, but some of them are pretty talented. Some of them looked up as they heard us talking in the workshop. Once they saw who I was, they leapt to their feet and bowed at me. Seeing all of them do that at once startled me, but Kurobe was used to it. It's not break time yet. Get back to work. His ornery shouting drove his staff to return to their jobs. But I kind of understood their thought process. If you're sitting at your cube and the CO comes in out of nowhere, you'd be nervous too, especially if you were on the bottom rung. And maybe it didn't feel that way to me, but I was the ruler of this nation. I hadn't let it concern me before now, but maybe I should have given more advance warning as a rule. Coming in casually like this might just cause trouble for everyone. Whenever a district manager or whatever came to view our workplace in my old world, we'd always spend the previous day cleaning up the whole office to prepare. If it was the president, then no mistakes would be tolerated. The higher up you went, the more it unnerved people when you got all casual with them, I guess. Still, I didn't want every trip out to be filled with pomp and circumstance. I hated to call Kurobe out of his busy work schedule. Better for me to just show up whenever he's free. Sorry I barged in without any warning. I think I'm gonna make a regular habit of it for a little while, so no need to get all tense, okay? Thus, I decided to address the staff. Maybe them being too casual with me would be a problem, but there was no need to be on pins and needles around me. I loved acting like a boss, but I didn't make a hobby out of inconveniencing people. If the other person's too nervous to react to me, that bothered me too. Gobta's obliviousness was just right. Just keep in mind the acronym POW. Time, place, occasion, and it was easier to find the right approach. My advice seemed to relieve the staff a bit. Once I was sure of that, I nodded and went into a room deeper inside the workshop. I wasn't aware of this, by the way, but the apprentices weren't anxious just because I was a demon lord. While I wasn't paying attention, someone had held a Tempest popularity contest, and apparently I had been voted into the top 3 idols alongside Shuna and Shion. A surprising result, they told me. Ramirez and Milim were in the rankings as well, and while I won't say exactly where, I can tell you that Milim and I were way ahead of Ramirez. I wasn't sure whether to whine about it or marvel at how my town's grown. Either way, hearing about it later made me roll my eyes. So, what kind of stuff do you need? In his personal chamber, Kurobe got straight down to business. Well, we all went over the hopes we had. I'm intending to have Garm build the armor, so I think it'd be neat if you could collaborate again. Yeah, true. All right. Let's go bother Garm about it. So as we talked, we decided to take Kurobe over to Garm's workshop. I wound up causing a similar commotion over there, but I'll skip describing it. Equipment for monsters? Wow. You always have the craziest projects for me, don't you? As Garm groused about this, the 4 of us all possessed our avatars to demonstrate for him. All right. We'll make you exactly what you want. No, even better. Yes, we're on the case. I love a nice, creative project like this, and I'll try to craft some stuff that'd never work on a human. Kurobe and Garm both readily agreed to the project, and really I couldn't wait to see what they came up with. They said the work would be done in several days, so in the meantime, we trained ourselves to get more used to our avatar. Nothing too complex. Fighting monsters in the labyrinth's upper levels, attacking obvious newbie adventurers. Over the past few days, we had grown adept at dividing up our roles. Reaching that point, though, was a slog. At first, we even lost to beginner parties up top. We'd also get wiped out by traps, which would probably be funny to us later, but definitely wasn't at the time, and do other stupid things. We tried using magic items to keep traps from deploying and stuff even. It was Ramirez who kept setting them off, with Veldora usually suffering as the hapless victim. I floated meanwhile, and Milim could stick to the ceiling. Pitfalls weren't a concern for us too, so we forgot to warn the others about them. That was a mistake, I'll admit, but Ramirez, seriously, why are you setting off traps? We made sure to give her an earful about it, and I think she deserved it. Through all the pain, we skipped out on sleeping to keep on training. In battle, teamwork was the most important thing. Normal parties would talk to one another or give signals with their eyes, but we had pretty much none of those skills at all. We had Veldora and Milim with us, after all, two people who were the strongest in the world all by themselves. What we did have, however, was one cheat-level skill, thought communication, letting us stay in touch and give orders with pinpoint accuracy. I was the party's command post, Veldora, Milim, and Ramirez serving as my hands and feet. Thanks to that, we began to rapidly build ourselves, eventually gaining some decent experience and abilities. Once we had a good footing, we patiently waited for our equipment as we fine-tuned our teamwork. As we did, we heard the news that Team Green Fury had beaten Floor 40. "Ooh, boy," said Ramirez. "Now they've beaten the Tempest Serpent, huh?" They took a pretty careful approach. The first team was all about gathering intelligence, the second whittled down its energy, and then the A-team killed it, said Veldora. Bosses were resurrected regularly, of course, but if a boss successfully beat a party, that didn't erase its current damage or state of exhaustion. If a group of people had the right teamwork, this gave them a clear advantage. That was a mistake. Bosses really need a way to heal. Yeah, but those monsters work strictly on instinct, so, as Veldora saw it, they lacked the intelligence to use healing items anyway, making it a moot point. He was right, but we weren't out of options. "Why don't we bring it up with Trainee?" I suggested. "The labyrinth managers can heal monsters, can't they?" "All right, I'll do that." So we decided to have Trainee's sisters heal bosses if they were involved in a consecutive streak of battles all at once. Little by little we were addressing and solving the labyrinth's issues, and then they're about ready to hit floor 49. What will we do, Rimuru? Milim was on the verge of panic, but she was right. Green Fury would reach their most climactic battle yet as soon as tomorrow. Well, we may not have our equipment at the moment, but I'd say our teamwork is golden, said Veldora. Shall we try taking them on now? I'm game. Time to use my arms of steel to beat them to a pulp. Ramirez crowed. Those two were always out for blood. Honestly, though, I don't think we stood much of a chance in a clean fight. For now, floor 49, packed with the most devious traps I ever devised, was our only real chance at messing with them. Well, so be it. Maybe we can scrounge up some weapons. Even if Kurobungan provided us the best gear possible, we probably wouldn't take a frontal approach with them. It'd certainly up our chances a lot, but we could probably hold our own anyway. But just when I was about to commit, I heard a knock on the conference room door. "Sir Rimuru," came Shion's refreshing voice. "Kurob said he's ready." Our party looked at one another and grinned. Our specialized avatar equipment was complete. I was given a death scythe and hell garment, two magic items that even ghosts could wear. Veldora got the death blade and hell mail along with a hellgate shield to complete the picture. As a slime, Milim could only equip simple objects, swallowing up a death stiletto and covering her body with a crimson cape. The moment she did, her body grew a pair of blood-red wings, quite a transformation. "See?" she gleefully shouted. "It's really true. You need to equip your items, or else they won't work." Yeah, great. If she was happy, I was happy. Finally, Ramirez. She had ordered heavy, full-plate armor, which looked like a work of art, but we weren't sure if she could even equip it. Nervous, she possessed her living armor and tried to take it up, and at that very moment she switched armor. With a clatter, her old tin suit crashed to the ground, turning to dust and vanishing in the wind. She had upgraded from living armor to heavy living armor. Not an evolution, but more like a total replacement. Ooh, wow. This is so much easier to move in. She was right. Her old creaky gait was now smooth and ninja-like. It helped her teamwork a lot, I was sure. Funny to think a suit of armor's feature set could affect the way you moved, though. Kind of an unexpected discovery. Elated, Ramirez now had to select a weapon and shield. Ha 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 ha. I don't need no stupid shield, was her opinion, so she opted for a large two-handed weapon instead, the death axe. The power it packed made it the ultimate in weapons. Wielding it was tricky, but oh well, not my problem. She got picked on all the time for being a wimp, so maybe this'll assuage her ego a little. Funny how her personality kept coming out like that, so we were all decked out in brand new equipment. These weapons and armor were all on the level of a unique item, but since they were heavily modified for use by monsters, they were more novelty items than anything. For beginners like us, however, they were crazily overpowered. What's more, they had a type of curse applied that registered our names to them. Thus, they could never get stolen. It was the best equipment we could have possibly asked for right now, and it gave us a new perspective on everything. It was almost time to rumble, and we couldn't have been more excited. Time for a quick check of our avatars. My ghost dropped physical offense in favor of magical and spiritual attacks. It was classed as a sorcerer, and in time, I'd like to maybe teach it spiritual and illusory magic so it could make the upgrade to full-fledged wizard. Holy magic would be a nice addition, too. What would happen if I placed faith in myself to drive that? That'd be a fun experiment. Veldora's skeleton was an all-rounder, capable of various kinds of attacks. It was a fighter class, and I think he wanted to teach it magic so it could become a magic knight later. Miriam's slime, meanwhile, was geared entirely for speed, and for landing, telling blows in a single strike. Wish fulfillment for her, I suppose. Her class was assassin, and maybe I could have so give her some training, but I didn't want to occupy his time with our dumb little make-believe fun here. Her basic strategy involved lunging down on foes from the ceiling, a powerful strike if it worked, but what did she intend to do if it didn't? Run, I suppose. She certainly was fast enough for it. In a way, she was the ideal slime fighter. Finally, as you'd expect, Ramirez's heavy living armor was an attacker with more than ample defense, giving it a lot more stability than I originally gave her credit for. The class was Berserker, and while she was no crazed warrior, defending herself was never really a priority in Ramirez's approach. As a dangerous, attack-oriented creature, that was the name she was given. Once she got used to things, I could picture her as a tank, providing a twin wall of defense with Veldora. We were all set to go. Given that we never got hungry, long, dragged-out battles were our lone major advantage. Let's do the best job we can to get in Green Fury's way. Such was our thoughts as we set off, but we sent them running so fast the actual battle was a total letdown. If you threw away all emotion and ran a completely impartial, third-party, analyze and assess on our avatars, you'd realize that we were probably already pushing an A in rank. Our equipment was more than half the reason for that, but even without it, as long as we made good use of our powers, nothing could stop us. The main oversight we made was that our own personal battle experience was reflected in our avatars. We couldn't use all our skills, but things like thought communication and hastened thought were themselves enough to give us a decisive edge. Plus, we could cast magic so quickly that it was really unfair. Our restricted magicules blocked us from using much of it, but we had the knowledge for it, and thus we could handle magic better than even your average royal court sorcerer. This came with no casting time, so we could engineer tandem magic strikes with practically zero time lag. Our foes had no chance to react. Veldora, meanwhile, was such a genius with his sword. It was like he had eyes in the back of his head. My Veldora-style death stance gives me instant access to an infinite number of sword skills. Oh wait, this doesn't work. He was trying to imitate the moves he saw in the manga he read. I thought he was just screwing around, but some of his moves were actually kind of plausible. His power was off the charts to start with, of course, so I should have expected anything and everything from him. Treating this whole thing seriously at all now seemed silly. Minim was exactly as blazing fast as she set out to be. Even speeds that nobody else had a chance at controlling were no problem with her reflexes. I really had no idea slimes could move that fast if they tried, sliding frictionless across the ground with enough elasticity to bounce off walls and lunge at foe. That worked just as well off the ceiling, too. Your average person would have trouble even following her with their eyes. As a slime myself, these new discoveries were a huge shock. Slow. Too slow. Face my wrath, you chump! She was getting exceedingly carried away as she dropped down on her foe's back, stabbing with her death stiletto. That was enough to end most battles. Her body was largely impervious to physical attack, and if you want to cast magic against her, you needed to capture her in your sights first. Think about it, and you'll realize that Milim's slime was a pretty scary enemy to face. But what let Veldora and Milim truly shine was Ramirez, the unsung hero of the pack. Time to be crushed. Ramirez's battle strategy was pretty simple. Find an enemy, run straight at it, and stage a full frontal attack. This would be a bad idea for most, an imbecilic strategy, but in our case it was the way to go. She never listened to any of my advice anyway, so I figured we might as well take advantage of her. She'd be our tank, our diversion, and the remainder of the party could get on the attack then. Normally, that wouldn't work too well, but Ramirez ran around like a daredevil, never bothering to defend herself, this big suit of armor sprinting for you and spinning a death axe in its hand. Anyone who saw it would be forced to deal with it, and since she didn't care about defense, her attacks tended to find their target. She also had cancel pain, which helped a lot. Plus, the armor itself was pretty sturdy. A heavy full plate used what seemed like a cartload of magisteel. Weight concerns were tossed out the window with it. It came with a self-repair function as well, so most damage wasn't an issue. If a regular person put it on, they probably wouldn't be able to move at all. Having such a hefty chunk of magisteel come your way, well, I wouldn't want to be her enemy. What's more, I had recovery magic. I had been experimenting with holy magic as part of my work, and it was surprisingly easy to deploy. It wasn't a matter of having faith in myself so much as offering prayers in exchange for control over spiritual particles, a skill usually shut away from me. In my case, my magical power as a ghost was sent over to the realm along with the words of prayer. I was, in essence, borrowing force from my main body to cast magic. These words of prayer were mainly about building up an image. When working with spiritual particles, you'd never get anywhere if you kept asking what your disciples wanted and going with that. It'd take too much calculation. All that processing work is instead applied to the people who placed their faith in you. The more disciples you had like that, the more magic force you got. To put it another way, you got higher up as a god. You were also connected to your believers, and you could use those believers' minds to expand your calculation capacity, kind of a substitution cheat that saved you magic force and time. Now I saw why Luminous sought to build more believers for herself. With a massive enough number of practitioners, she could whip up large-scale magic on a passing whim. These secret skills of faith and favor indeed. That's some scary stuff she taught me. But enough about that. The point is, I had holy magic, and as a party we boasted a pretty formidable force. And right now, like evil personified, we had just wiped out Team Green Fury on the 49th floor. You should never be afraid to try something new, I guess. Our frontal attack failed, so we polished our teamwork and took advantage of the traps. I set the slime doll on them, damaging their weapons. I used the slime rain to break their focus and exhaust them, and then we attacked, throwing them into the slime pool. While Ramirez's bellowing grabbed their attention, Milim sneaked up on them, breaking down their teamwork as Veldora split them apart and isolated their rear support. Our giant slime crushed their powerless magicians and thieves, while Veldora and Ramirez bear hugged the remaining core members straight into the slime pool, sinking them down. Our aim was to destroy their weapons in the acidic goop, and once Green Fury's main weapons had corroded into useless fragments, that'd be a huge damper on their dungeon-conquering speed. After all that swag we earned, it turns out the leader of the Sons of the Veld, the one currently whining about the equipment dissolving in her hands, was female. That surprised me, but not as much as what her companion said next. Well, maybe this timing's for the best. It was about the right moment to pack up. Yeah, home country's calling for us anyway. I definitely heard one of the survivors from the team say that to the leader. I thought the Sons of the Veld was an independent mercenary corps, unaffiliated with any other nation. My report stated they were being funded by someone in Englesia, but maybe it was more like a long-term gig. The term home country indicated that they might have more loyalty to Englesia than a simple employer-employer relationship. I'd need to keep an eye on them. As long as we were encouraging people to use the dungeon, we'd naturally see visitors with murky origin. I was expecting that from the beginning, but we should probably give everyone another heads up about that, Nat. The whole Green Fury thing reminded me of it all over again. Besides, we did it. Yes, victory is ours. Why wouldn't it be? We're all the strongest in the world. If I didn't keep these idiots in line, they'd immediately get distracted by the next victory ahead. The thought was in my mind, but right now, at least, I didn't let it get in the way of my joy. Mission accomplished. Interlude. Maribel. Maribel had been resurrected as an otherworlder. She had memories of being a ruler in Europe. In her previous life, she had all the finances she wanted. To her, war was just another pawn for her to use. Her glory was built on misfortune. A battlefield, bullets flying. Kill or be killed. A vivid hellscape bathed in blood. Burned homes, lost families, wailing people. And she never held any remorse about it. Maribel's life was a happy one, all the way to the end of her natural lifespan. And now she was here, born as a princess in the small kingdom of Seltrozzo. Her family was in the ruling class, the people calling the shots in the Western nation. In this world filled with monsters and chaos, nations couldn't afford to squabble with one another. It was natural that something like the Council of the West would be formed. That council was built hundreds of years ago by Granville Rosso, the great founder of the Rosso family, and a mysterious, seemingly ageless figure. He was the oldest among the 5 elders who held actual power in the council, while still serving as head of the Rossos who had taken root in the Western nation. Even a princess directly related to Granville wouldn't have so much as a chance to see him. Maribel's own brothers, in fact, had never even met the 5 elders before. But Maribel was different. Her memories and her will were things Granville couldn't afford to ignore. The advance of civilization would have been impossible without the existence of money. People advanced from using crops like rice and wheat as currency to a money-based economy, pushing society forward by leaps and bounds thanks to the scale money allowed. The value of money could also change. Gold and silver coins were made of metals with intrinsic value, guaranteeing that the money itself would have similar value. But now we were in an era where things like receipts and bonds in business transactions could serve as substitutes for money, the start of a paper-based economy. This would lead to the creation of banks, outposts, indispensable to free exchange. You gave banks money. They gave you receipts as they diverted the money to other things, lending it to those without cash and earning interest from that. Was the business model people eventually came up with, and it was a kind of magic more insidious than alchemy. Money, in the form of interest, seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Comparing the amount of cash circulating in the world and the total amount of receipts generated, there was clearly going to be a substantial amount of irrecoverable funds, as well as people in deep trouble after not being able to pay up. If you lent money and charged interest, you would always have that problem. The shift from coinage to paper currency only sped up the process. People collected money from the rich, dangling interest payments as bait. They invested it to create even more money. Business exchanges began to take place on a worldwide scale, beyond national borders. Limits on the production of paper money were removed under the pat promise that the nation would be good for it all. Combine that with exchange controls caused by power differences between nations, and the scale of the economy blew up to dozens of times its original size, and Maribel was even factoring the amount of currency produced into her calculations as she controlled the market. Much of it was a fiction, far removed from the actual economy. A bubble that was bound to pop sooner or later. In her past life as well, Maribel blew the bubble up as much as she could. Any debts she couldn't recover, she shunted off on the weaker nations and disposed of. In other words, waging wars to balance her accounts. The weaker nations thus fell and the rich got richer. The parties being harvested for everything they had went from individuals to whole nations, but the basic process was the same. Maribel was a seasoned master at this. She was a golden child of finance in her previous life, and she had both her memories from that and the intensely powerful greed of a ruler. This manifested itself in her unique skill, avarice, a sinful skill based on one of humankind's core vices. If a unique skill was a set of emotions and desires that took corporeal form, those based on a cardinal sin like greed were treated as special cases among uniques. In the case of Maribel, the strongest member of the Rosso family since the day she was born, that truth was obvious. The avarice skill let her hold sway over people's desires. She could literally see them, and the bigger the desire, the easier she found it to rule over them. Everyone had desires, of course, and stoking those desires let Maribel control them any way she wanted. And little by little, she used that to slowly build her audience of sympathizers. There was no urgent need to act. Observing the people around her, she could tell that the standards of civilization in this world were pretty low. There was a money-driven economy, but still a single currency that circulated across the whole of it. There were no language barriers. Everything was different from the last world, but in a way, the environment was perfect for her to take advantage of. To Maribel, the whole world seemed like a sandbox, ready for her to play in. Yes, I am destined to descend upon this world as its rightful ruler. Ruling this world to Maribel was a natural goal to have. Once she was older and had the right to speak up, the world was hers for the taking. But until then, she thought, the fewer people who knew about her ambitions, the better. Ever so carefully, she made sure no one could guess her true nature from her behavior. And when she was 3 years old, she had her first audience with Granville. "So you're Maribel?" "Yes, grandfather. It is a pleasure to meet you." It wasn't a 3-year-old's usual way to greet someone, but Maribel had accounted for that in her calculations. Granville wasn't like the other rabble skulking around the palace. To her, even her father, the king, was just another pawn. Her brothers, her wet nurse, her servants, and everyone else. As she read their desires, she methodically brought them under her rule. But Granville was different. He was above all that. "Why didn't you try to control me?" Granville asked, seeing that Maribel had promptly dropped the act. There was no familial kindness to it. All that existed was the relationship between the ruler and the ruled. It was then that Maribel learned her instincts were correct. If she had tried to deceive Granville, she likely would have been killed on the spot. Not even Maribel's avarice skill was omnipotent. It could be resisted. After repeated, gradual attempts, it might have been possible to bring Granville under her rule, but he wasn't the kind of man to allow that. Maribel was confident of that, so she decided to be honest. No matter how things played out, she would need partners, and along those lines, Granville could potentially be the greatest partner she'd ever had. I can see people's desires. I mean, literally see them. And prodding them allows me to make them do my bidding. But you're not like the others, grandfather. You have a greater ambition than anyone else, but you've also got a will strong enough to bottle it up. So you've seen that far, little girl? Or should I call you Maribel? Who are you anyway? Me? I'm Maribel. Maribel the Greedy. I like it. I like it. Declaring your very presence before me, are you? The head of the Rosso family liked Maribel. In time, they opened up to each other, sharing in the secrets they knew. Granville knew about the politics surrounding the Western nations, as well as the demon lords who ruled the world. Maribel knew about her previous world, as well as the avarice skills she acquired in this one. To her, this was the gamble of a lifetime. Her brain was one thing, but her body was still that of a 3-year-old. As she saw it, it'd be difficult to survive all on her own. No matter what it takes, no matter what, I need to firm up my position. And to do that, she needed to prove to Granville Rosso, the local kingpin, that she was useful. Instinctively, she understood that was the best thing she could do right now to set herself up as ruler. And the gamble paid off. Maribel, if something happens to me, I want you to inherit my ambitions. What I seek in this world is peace. We must reach a world of universal equality under the rule of the Rosso family. Yes, grandfather, I understand. I promise I will provide you with my full cooperation. Thus this unlikely pair forged a bond that none other could enjoy. The family founder and the little girl, the alliance between a former hero and one whose avarice knew no bounds. Granville spent the next several years guiding Maribel, instructing her on the full array of Rosso holdings and co-conspirators. He also revealed the true identity of the god Luminous, as well as his own secrets, the underground dealings he engaged in to protect his seat in the 7 Days clergy, as well as how the demon lord Luminous's power was what truly kept the Western nations safe. He told her everything. And now, at the age of 10, Maribel was second only to Granville in power, using her skills to the fullest to take action against Rimuru.